Alright, hello everyone. Welcome back to Phoenix Wright. It's time to start the true final case. The real finale. We're done with our little domestic dispute amongst friends. It's time to finally return to Kurin and stage a revolution. I feel like this was going to be later in the week. No, I always planned at least this week. Never had any plans on delaying Phoenix Wright. It's Tuesday after all, right? It is indeed Tuesday. Had to double check, make sure all my dates weren't wrong. Did I pick the right save? I don't even know if I picked the right save. I think I picked the right save, yeah? No, that seems right to me. Okay. I don't remember this is where we saved, but, I thought we were going to start somewhere else, but I guess that's me with my expectations not in check. I guess oh yeah, that's right. I think didn't we? Well, wait, I thought we auto-saved, and we read this. Well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, Faye's, Maya's still, being kidnapped. We didn't really clear that part up because, Phoenix was being blackmailed, hence why we were, facing off against him in court. But hopefully we could get that resolved before we head back overseas and, you know, take over the government or something. Seems like a pretty major thing to clear up first. What do you mean Miss Faye's still being held hostage? And who's this mastermind? Politician Wimperson was nothing more than a puppet. His benefactor was the one pulling the strings. I have no idea who they are. So all we know is that person he was trying to give the orb to? Right. He was just following orders. Whoever it is, it seems they really want to get their hands on the orb. So then, Miss Faye's abduction is the work of this so-called benefactor too. Right again. Whoever they are, they're in Kurin, along with Maya. Wonder who they could be. I don't remember this. We did, I mean, I'm pretty sure we had like a small snippet of this. We were still in the courtroom, that's for sure. It's weird that it put me back here, because I could have sworn, like, we got to, like, a to be continued, and then it gave you the normal save. It's weird that it's starting us here, but whatever. I'm, like, certain we had some semblances. Maybe it was slightly different dialogue, but I don't know. I just remember ending the stream, like, right around here. Right. This Maya, the spirit medium you've been talking about, she wouldn't happen to be that bun-haired young lady you defended back in Kurin. That's her. Why do you ask? I see. I think I know what's going on here. I've got good news for you, Wright. Maya is somewhere safe. That much I'm sure of. So you kidnapped her? I'm afraid you've lost me. So that's who the little snot's patron is. It's all starting to make sense. That fool has no idea I'm here in the States with you all. Dirk, you mind filling us in? No caller ID. I wonder who's calling. How does your phone even get caller ID? It's so old. The caller ID doesn't even exist to it. The fuck? Hello?
Mr. Phoenix Wright, yes. Let me start by thanking you for taking such good care of my subordinate.
Who is this?
I believe you know me as Mr. Addison's benefactor.
Sounds like they're using a voice changer or something to disguise themselves. Where's Maya? Is she safe?
I had my ears on today's proceedings. What a shock it was to hear that the key to solving the orb's riddle is a spirit medium. I admit I did not see that coming.
Man on the inside or a bug? Wait, did they plant a listening device in here somehow?
Nevertheless, don't think for a minute that it will guarantee Maya Faye's safety. She is not the only medium within my reach, you see.
You harm a hair on Maya's head and you will have to answer to me. Right. Give it here a second. Wait. Hey there. How's it going, stranger?
Who is this?
Why, it's your friendly neighborhood dragon. I just happened to be in the US on a little trip. Minister of Justice, Inga Karkul Kurain. Inga? What? Maya's kidnapper? Is Kurain's Minister of Justice?
Dirk? Is that you, you dirty turncoat? What in blazes is going on here?
Oh, you know, just popped over to the States for a little R&R. But enough about me, Inga. That was a poor excuse for a bluff you pulled just now. We both know your threats are as empty as your head. You can't lay a hand on Maya Fey, and I do mean that literally.
What's he talking about?
You can kiss your chances of getting the orb goodbye.
Maya Fey ain't my only, how shall I say, insurance. You know, Dirk?
What?
I've got someone dear to you right in the palm of my hands, see? Now that one, well, you can imagine what kinds of things I could do, right? Glad you're seeing things my way. Meet me at Amara's tomb tomorrow, 3 p.m. sharp. And you better come alone. Got it? If all goes well, the orb is all you'll need to get Maya Fey back.
Dirk? What's going on? You heard him. I have to get back to Kurain at once. What? Why? No time to explain. But are you even going to make it? What if there's no seats left on the next flight? Plus, you're a wanted man. They're not going to let you just get on a plane. He's got some friends in high places. He could help out with that.
Chief of Prosecutor Edgeworth? What are you doing here?
Taking care of the hostage situation. Oh, now that you mention it, Pearl did say that she saw you around in Kurain village. I had him look into a few things while I was on my way back from Kurain. Including Maya's situation, of course. I was astonished to hear she was still in Kurain earlier. But it explained why I found no connection between her and Mr. Addison.
Sorry to interrupt, but going back to the plane situation...
I've taken the liberty of chartering one for us. It's waiting, ready to take off at any time. And I will do what's necessary to hide the fact that Dirk Sadmadi is on board.
Wow, must be nice to be chief prosecutor.
Right. We have no time to lose. We must head for Kurain at once. Right.
I'm going too. After all, you're bound to need my help. No fair. I want to go.
This isn't a vacation, Trucy. Besides, I'll need you to hold down the fort.
But Daddy...
Guess I should also only bring what's necessary. Sorry, Trucy, but would you mind holding on to this stuff for me?
Unnecessary evidence foisted onto Trucy.
Fine. But you better bring me back something besides just more evidence.
Excellent. Now let us make haste to Kurain. See, this would have been a perfect opportunity. Because this is literally international affairs. This would have been a perfect opportunity for Franziska to show up. This is literally her job. I'm sure she probably had a hand in this plane. But this is literally what she does.
That's how our sudden trip to the Kingdom of Kurain began. Never imagined I'd return to the country of my youth under such circumstances, though.
What does that give us, an hour?
That was a long flight. It's already 2:30 in the afternoon. Talk about cutting it close. Kingdom of Kurain. It's no time to reminisce, but I gotta say, this place sure brings back memories.
Hurry up, Apollo.
Right behind you.
Amara's tomb is located in the courtyard of Garan Palace. We should have just enough time to get there.
Let's sprint there. Think you can keep up, Apollo?
Sure.
No sweat. I'll contact the royal family and the local police and inform them of our arrival.
No, what? They're probably in on it. What the fuck? Thanks, Edgeworth. It seems like a terrible idea to let them know that we're coming. What the hell? Scooting foreshadowed and apologized. Nope, it was introduced in this game. That was like one of the big twists like 2 episodes ago. Or 2 cases ago. Anything? No, okay, nothing special here. Oh, I can examine. Oh, never mind.
Apollo, I'm sure this place brings back memories, but could you reminisce later? Time's running out.
You're right. I have to find Miss Faye before it's too late.
Ooh, fancy.
I wasn't made for all the running and climbing and near drowning I've done this week.
It's 2:45. Only 15 minutes left.
See that cylindrical building rising in the distance? That's Amara's tomb.
Amara. Wasn't that the previous queen? The one who was assassinated?
Yes, and I'm the one they pinned it on.
It'll take a few minutes to get to the tomb from here.
Just never have this mention anything for us. Just scream. We need to give a character we know connection to this place. I mean, they literally do that every game, though. Like, Franziska didn't exist until her game. Quick, we need another prosecutor. That's not Edgeworth. I know. Let's give him a sister. They did it with Game 3 as well. Quick, we need another prosecutor. I know. Let's make Mia's mentor. I don't. That's how you make up new characters, though. That's how you make up new plot. You introduce new things to existing characters. That's called character development.
I've seen her face before in the news. If I remember correctly, this is the Crown Princess Rafa Padma Kurin.
Wait, was her middle name referenced? I'm sure it was somewhere. I never realized it was Padma. It's like very similar to a certain other princess.
What are you people doing here? This is the royal residence. Commoners are not allowed entry without permission.
I'm assuming Edgeworth got his permission? Prosecutor from the States. Should have already called and requested permission for us to enter. As to why we're here, your benevolence. Have you seen Minister Inga?
If you seek my father, I just saw him heading toward Amara's tomb.
Was he with anyone? You know, like some shady-looking underlings or something? He's like the fucking Chief of Justice. He probably just got like the Royal Guards or something with him. Nothing shady about it.
No, he was alone. Why do you ask?
Looks like she has no idea about Miss Faye's abduction.
You hear that? I think we have company.
There's the guards.
Bow down before her glory! Her Eminence Queen Guran, Grand Priestess of Kurin approaches!
Huh? Guran?
It's... Queen Guran. Guards. Surround Amara's tomb at once. Yes, Your Eminence!
I don't think we're getting in there anytime soon.
What's she doing? Is she gonna help us?
Excuse me, Your Eminence.
So, Bob the head lawyer returns. May we presume you are here for Maya Fey, the spirit medium who has been abducted?
Yes, you may.
Allow us to apologize for the criminal actions of our husband.
Oh, no need to apologize for him.
Honestly, Inga, abducting a guest in our country. How could you? Father abducted someone?
Your Eminence, what about those soldiers over there?
They are the Grand Royal Guard, soldiers who serve the crown and no other.
Royal Guard?
They're an elite force selected from only the most loyal and outstanding of our subjects.
And why have you ordered them to surround the tomb?
The police will not come if it is my husband who is committing the crime. We shall have to storm the tomb and take Minister Inga into custody ourselves.
Okay, I like legit thought she was in on it. So this is kind of a shock. What? You mean... Come on, no! His hostage is in there!
Look, how dare you set foot into the palace? Have you come to turn yourself in?
Listen, we need to call a truce for now.
Grand Royal Guard, seize this traitor of the crown.
As you wish, Your Eminence! Resist and you die! Wait a second. Slow down there, Gran. I'm here to conduct a hostage exchange. But if you take me in now, my affair is as good as dead.
A hostage exchange? And why would he choose to do such a thing with you?
We can talk about that later. Right now, I need to get in there before it's too late. If I can't resolve this in 20 minutes, you can storm the place. Now then, if you'll excuse me...
Dirk, wait! Guards, allow the insurgent Dirk Zadmadi to pass. Butthead, you have some explaining to do.
Right. Well, while we're waiting here, Apollo, why don't you explain the situation? What? Me?
Leave nothing out, Hornhead, or I'll dehorn you where you stand.
Hornhead? She doesn't waste any time coming up with nicknames. And what's with the attitude? Father's the one who abducted Miss Faye. Wish Dirk had a voice for her to hold it and take that. Yeah, that'd be kind of sick. I love him. He's probably my favorite character in this game. Next to, like, maybe Naruto. I don't know, it's like a tie between him and Naruto for, like, overall characters. Not counting, like, you know, one-off case witnesses or something.
Do my ears deceive me, or did I hear talk of my father abducting someone?
Oh, you heard right. He abducted Maya Fey and...
Insolent fool!
Pardon my rudeness.
A gentle soul such as my father could not possibly commit such a crime.
Gentle? You think he's gentle? I'm afraid it's true, Your Benevolence. He's holed up in that tomb as we speak.
Really? I find this difficult to believe. Why would he do such a thing?
I mean, your mom seems to believe it. Is that not count enough for you? Your Benevolence, you saw your father heading toward the tomb?
I did. I was over under that veranda deep in thought, and I heard him hurrying toward the tomb. I'd say it was about 10 minutes ago.
Why was he rushing? Maybe he was worried he'd be late? Late to his own, like, kidnap exchange? Kidnapping ransom? Did you see anyone else heading for the tomb?
I saw no one else after he entered.
So Minister Inga and Miss Faye are the only ones in there besides Dirk. Who knows? But I wouldn't be surprised if he had a minion or two with him. Dirk. I sure hope he's alright. I'd be more worried about the people in the tomb besides Dirk than Dirk himself. It's only been 5 minutes? Feels like an eternity. Patience, Apollo. Like how much of a dick Nick is to Apollo, just use the poor kid for everything. Doesn't want to... Dude, Apollo got like fucking shat on after his own game. I mean, he got shat on in his own game too because he had like no character development. But then just after that, he just became the fucking water boy of the group. This game is like the first time he had any semblance of like independence, and even then, he still just gets like treated as the comic relief. It's been almost 20 minutes. What's taking Dirk so long?
The appointed time has come. Our royal guard shall now storm in.
Can't just wait a little longer?
No, we cannot. Every second we wait puts the hostage's life in even more danger. Therefore, we see no alternative but to order our guards to storm in.
That'll put Miss Faye's life in danger too.
Guards, storm the tomb and seize Minister Inga, along with the insurgent Dirk Satmati.
Yes, Your Eminence! What? Dirk's under arrest too?
Naturally. That traitorous snake assassinated my predecessor, Queen Amara. Now go! Seize them both!
Ah! We're going in! Follow me, men! For Her Eminence! I hope no one gets hurt. I think someone got hurt. Your Eminence! What the? Why are they running back out?
What is the meaning of this?
Something terrible has happened. Dirk, the minister, he's dead.
What's this?
What? Apollo, quick. I'm right behind you.
No one enters without a... Come, let us see what has transpired.
Yes, Your Eminence. I mean, Rayfa's alright too, but I don't know. She's a little bitchy for my liking. Where's Dirk? Apollo, over there. Alright, how are we gonna weasel our way out of this one? Dirk? Dirk! What have you done? Apollo? Look!
So it is Minister Inga who has fallen. Guards, seize this murderous man at once!
Yes, Your Eminence! Surrender now or perish, rebel scum! No, wait! If you're gonna say that you didn't do it, you're gonna need a real good explanation for this one. It's not every day that an innocent defendant has fucking blood covering their clothes. Dirk! They're taking him away. Ow! Dirk just threw something at me. Wait, this is the... Is he telling me to keep it safe?
Nick? Is that you?
But Maya, are you alright?
Dirk, he saved me. I feel exhausted. I can't keep my eyes open.
Maya! I like how spoiled Raifa is. What? Let's be surprised if she was any less rude and sensitive for the young princess if it can't. I guess. I don't know. I was never a big fan of that trope. I mean, a lot of tropes are overdone, but I still like them. But just that one in particular, I was never a big fan of that one. Mr. Inga, the man behind Miss Faye's abduction, has been killed. And Dirk was arrested for his murder. So is that the abduction of Maya Faye came to a sudden and unexpected resolution. With this, the curtain fell on the minister. But things were far from over. Well, this is definitely not how I expected the revolution to go. Apollo, what happened? Can't say for sure, but from what I can tell, it seems Dirk has killed Minister Inga.
What? You think he did it to save Miss Faye?
Most likely. But who knows? I'm really confused right now.
My father, this cannot be. I must see for myself.
Your benevolence, we cannot allow you to pass.
Fools, stand aside.
Forgive us, but we have direct orders from Her Eminence, Queen Gran.
Oh, Father. Oh, Father. Dirk, you will pay for this.
Apollo, let's go regroup somewhere.
Yeah. Dirk, was it really you that did it, right?
You know, I'm glad Dirk showed up. You're right, Duck. That means that Maya doesn't get to be the suspect this time for once. Are you okay, Apollo?
Yeah.
Edgar's speaking with the local police. So let's sit tight until he returns.
Okay.
I know you must be in a state of shock right now, but I need you to stay with us, Apollo.
He's right. Can't go to pieces now. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'll be fine.
Right, Mr. Justice. I'm afraid I have some bad news. It looks like things will only get more complicated from here.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, what's happening with Dirk?
As I understand it, he has been officially charged with the murder of Minister Inga.
He has?
However, I did manage to get his permission to investigate the crime scene, and I expect that we will be allowed to visit Mr. Sadmadi shortly.
Thank you. I'm sure glad Prosecutor Edgeworth is here with us.
Also, it just so happened that Detective Sky is here in Korean, so I've asked her to assist us with our investigation.
What? What's she doing here?
It seems Prosecutor Sadmadi has grown quite fond of her. He's been ferrying her around all over the place. A few days here, a few days there. They almost become a team of sorts.
Despite what Nayuda says, it seems he thinks highly of him as skills.
So what now, Apollo?
I think I'll go pay Dirk a visit at the detention center.
I want to go check at Maya at the hospital. What about you, Athena?
Well, if there's footwork to be done, I'd better stick with Apollo and give him a hand.
Very well. Then I will accompany Wright.
Okay, we'll go our separate ways for now.
Come on, no Justice and Edgeworth? That would have been so cool. Alright, if anything comes up, you have my cell number.
Do you know your way around here, Apollo?
It's been over 10 years since I left, but I'll try not to get as hopelessly lost.
Has Maya even seen Dirk? I mean, they were in the same room together, I would imagine. I mean, yeah, we're like, what, barely halfway through this? We technically... I mean, what are we counting as the case here? We still counting this as, like, case 5 at this point? I still don't understand why, like, half these games insist on only forcing themselves to have 5 cases when clearly they need 6. Like, that really should have been a separate case. This really should be case 6.
Mr. Wright stayed there the entire time he was here, apparently.
Why would he stay at a temple instead of a hotel?
He says it helped cut costs. Long stays at a hotel really add up, you know. He had to sleep on the floor with a load of strangers. There weren't any showers either.
Wow, that's worse than staying at a youth hospital for backpackers. Hostel for backpackers. This is said to be a sacred spring, and a pathway for souls to follow. People of Kurin believe the spring draws souls to the temple, and by the truth gained in the Hall of Justice beyond, they are memorialized. It seems that legal trials and funeral rites are inseparable in this country. Sure are a lot of temples around here. In fact, looks like most of the buildings around here are related to Kurinism.
Yeah, but like, why don't they just split it up into different cases? I don't understand why they insist on only having 5 cases in these games. Like, is there like a rule at Capcom? You're not allowed to make a 6-case Phoenix Wright game? Unless it's DLC. Seems like a arbitrary limit for no reason. Like, this is clearly a separate thing, even if it is like a direct continuation. I don't know why they don't just split it up.
Apollo, here to see your old man, are you? Dirk, are they done interrogating you?
Nope. The fun hasn't even started. I imagine they'll really rake me over the coals, though.
I don't even want to think about how harsh their interrogation method will be.
Yeah, but that's nothing compared to what they'll do if they find him guilty. They've branded me a terrorist who killed the previous queen, and now the justice minister. If found guilty of these crimes, I'll be facing a very public execution.
A public execution? This is worse than I thought.
Come on, son. Turn that frown upside down. You'll jinx us. As soon as I get out of here, I'll take you to this tasty hash house I know.
I'd like that. Really need to focus on what happened. Time to switch to work mode. Dirk, can you tell me what happened? Oh, and there's also something I want you to take a look at.
I call them cases. I call them cases because that's what the games used to call them. This isn't case 6. This is case 5. Case 5, episode 5, same word, same thing. There's no difference between it. Doesn't matter what the fans think. That's what I'm going off of what the game says.
Dirk, what happened in there? You didn't really kill Mr. Inga, did you?
Well, the thing is, I really don't know.
Huh? What, you fucking blacked out?
I remember seeing the mural of the founder right as I entered the tomb, but I got all dizzy immediately after that.
Oh, don't tell me this guy's like secretly able to channel spirits or something. I thought only women could do that. Or is that just like the women in the Fae clan that were able to do that, but anyone can do it?
Next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand, and covered in Inga's blood.
And before Maya transformed and she did it.
So you don't remember meeting with him?
No, the last thing I remember after entering the tomb is feeling really dizzy.
There's no way he can explain what happened if he can't remember anything.
Yeah.
I suppose there's no getting out of this one.
We can't give up yet.
I was just messing with you, son.
Well, stop. It's not funny.
Sorry.
Sheesh, nothing seems to faze him. Not even being arrested for murder.
This is going to be one tough case, Apollo. Not only have I been charged with Inga's murder, but I've also been charged with Amara's assassination from 23 years ago.
You're on trial for 2 charges?
Garan is practically licking her chops just thinking about my public execution. Guess it means we can't afford to lose our heads, huh?
I don't know how you can laugh at a time like this.
So, son, I take it you'll be defending me at my trial?
Of course. You can count on me.
That's my boy. Looks like your nerves are as steely as those vocal cords of yours. After all, you've got the Defense Culpability Act to contend with, too.
Oh, right. So if you're found guilty, then I'll be charged with the same double homicide, huh?
Don't tell me you forgot about that.
I'll be fine. I just have to make sure we win this one.
You sure? Because you don't sound very fine.
Apollo? What was that about an assassination 23 years ago?
About that incident 23 years ago. That was when the previous Queen Amara was assassinated, wasn't it?
Yes, someone set her private residence on fire. She lost her life in an ensuing blaze.
And you were arrested for the crime?
Why would they arrest you, Mr. Satmati? Weren't you just a lawyer back then? What relation could you have had with the Queen?
About that. Amara was, well, she was my wife. I may not look the part, but I was once husband to a queen. In short, I was royalty.
What? No way! Are you saying you won the heart of the reigning queen?
Come on, you're talking to a guy who honed his prowess against witnesses on the stand. Even a queen is no match for this dragon's glare.
Wow, you really are something else.
So, was a verdict ever reached, Dirk?
I acted as my own attorney and won. Until I was accused of fabricating evidence, that is. Then it all went south.
Now, where have I heard a story like that before?
What happened after that? I made a run for it. You ran? But why? I didn't kill Amara and I didn't fabricate any evidence. But if I had stuck around for a retrial, I'd have been found guilty for sure. I couldn't allow that to happen. Amara's true killer would never face justice if I did. So I left my law practice behind and went underground. But that was 23 years ago. Are you telling me that after all these years, you still haven't discovered the truth? Yeah, the fact that it was an arson means that the crime scene was reduced to ashes. There's little in the way of evidence left. Just been brick wall after brick wall. I guess that means it's all up to me to figure it out, huh? Along with Mr. Inga's murder, of course. I think I'm going to be sick. Come on, son, don't look down. With you on the case, it'll work out somehow. I hope he's right. Say, son, do you remember my office? Sure. I remember that messy, dimly lit room. The file I've amassed on Amara's assassination is kept there. I think it might help you on this case. Do you remember how to get there? Let me think. I recall going through a manhole. How can I not, Dirk? I hated how I always got so dirty going down there. And that stench. That old case is important too, but I should probably focus on the minister's murder first. Alright, so what do you want to show him? Oh yeah, he died in crime. Maybe this is it? That's the only remaining photo of your father. Take good care of it. Oh, that's why he gave it to us. It's probably the orb. Why he threw us the orb. I will. I'm just surprised to see it after all these years. I had a tough time tracking it down and retrieving it. It was taken by some European tourists who just happened to be watching your father. I had one of my men go to Europe to look them up and ask them whether we could have it. You went through all that trouble? I did. So don't go losing it or anything. I said I'd take good care of it, didn't I? I see you got it safely out of the tomb. Why did you throw it at me like that? I want you to listen carefully, son. The orb must not fall into Garan's hands. Not ever. I thought Mr. Inga was the one who was after it. He was the one who lent it to Professor Buff to study after all. Haven't you exposed his crime now? I have, but... there's more connected to this relic than meets the eye. Much more. And whatever it is, I can't help but feeling that it could turn his entire kingdom upside down. He said something like that before. Looks like Dirk's intuition is at it again. Gran will do anything to retrieve this, so guard it well, son. At least until tomorrow's trial. I'm afraid your time is up. Oh, he's here. Nayuda! It's time for the prisoner's interrogation. So be gone, you putrid-headed criminal abetting lawyer. Wait, don't tell me. You're the prosecuting attorney? What? But that would mean... Is there a problem here? You bet there is. He's your father. And your point is? My relation to the accused is irrelevant. The fact remains, I am a prosecutor. No, that's not what I don't think I'm getting through to him. Nayuda, long time no see, son. How have you been? Look, I hear you've been serving Gran, rather faithfully in fact. Whatever happened to our dream of taking her down and changing this country, son? The past is in the past. What do you mean? Why are you doing this? It's simple. People change. The Nayuda you know who exists no more. Listen, son, I don't know what made you change like this, but you're still my boy, even if you prosecute my case. The rest of the Defiant Dragon's Eye eagerly awaits your return. Whenever you're ready, we'll welcome you back with open arms. As I said, I've moved on. Now let us waste no more time, for flowers do not blossom simply from talk of the past. Nayuda, why do I get the feeling there's something he wants to say but can't? God, move the accused to the interrogation room. Yes, sir! This way, you rebel scum! Ow, watch it! Not so rough, will you?
Mayuta, is he seriously going to prosecute his own father?
Can we get to... No? I guess we can't go there yet. Are we allowed to investigate the tomb? I like the naked baby on the right there. You know, really brings the whole place together.
So this is the tomb of Amara, the previous queen of Korean. It's really lavish. Guess you could say it's fit for a queen.
Is the faceless woman in that mirror over there Amara?
No, that's the Holy Mother. She's the one who brought spirit channeling to Korean.
Oh, right. The woman in the orb.
Hi, Emma. We heard you give us a hand if we needed it.
Yep. Mr. Edgeworth asked me to help where I could. So it's been quite a while since you've been back in Korean, I hear.
Yeah, more than 10 years, in fact.
Well, you sure didn't waste any time. I mean, you already mixed up in a murder. You're as big a troublemaker as Mr. Wright.
Please don't say that. My luck's already bad enough as it is.
Emma, I hear Prosecutor Sadmati is requesting your services again. Seems to have really taken a liking to you. You mean his ephemeral holiness? I don't mind he approves of me and my abilities. It's just, his people skills need some serious work. But when he manages to smile and compliments my work, it's hard to say no. Plus, working on investigations overseas is... Flying back between here and home every few days with no days off. It's been tough, and the lack of sleep's been brutal on my skin. Make matters worse, the defendant in this case is someone I know. I mean, how could this get any worse?
Sounds like they got one complicated prosecutor-detective relationship going on.
Be hilarious if something happened to Mr. Anal Beats the costume to be replaced by a true final boss prosecutor. It always comes up. Yeah. I would see. I'm hoping that happens. I don't know. It probably will happen. Okay, what if... Just hear me out here. What if the victim comes back alive to prosecute himself? What if Dirk was saying about how he prosecuted himself defended himself 23 years ago? What if that was foreshadowing for the finale, and the victim ends up prosecuting himself, like through spirit channeling or something? I don't care, but that'd be kind of sick. That'd be a great finale. You want to go all out with spirit channeling? Have the fucking prosecutor be dead. I could see it happening too.
Emma, have you determined the cause of death?
Blood loss from a stab wound. Single stab in the back was enough to cause the victim to bleed to death. The estimated time of death is 3 p.m., which is when Dirk came onto the scene.
Any suspects besides Dirk?
No. He, Maya, and the minister were the only ones here. And Maya had been tied up until she was freed by the Queen's Royal Guard.
Could someone have been hiding somewhere in here?
Not likely. I was told this tomb was searched from top to bottom right after the murder. Did they check the tomb, though? The actual tomb, the box right behind you? Or are they too scared to open it because that would be disrespectful to the dead or something? And during that time, the Royal Guard set up a perimeter to prevent anyone from escaping. In other words, the crime scene was completely sealed off? It would appear so.
No way for a third party to escape without being spotted, so... Great. It's another one of those convoluted locked room mysteries.
I guarantee there's a box or something they didn't check, or there's like a secret compartment. It's gonna be just like 2-2.
About the victim, Minister Inga. He was the kingdom's Minister of Justice, correct?
Yes. Inga Karkul Korean was the second most powerful figure in Korean. Plus, he was married to the Queen.
Seems strange that someone of his status would abduct someone.
Apparently, he only told a few of his most loyal subordinates about his plan. That way there was little chance of the police or even the Queen finding out.
What was Inga hoping to gain by getting his hands on the orb?
That I don't know, but I'm working on it.
What if it really was for what politician Wimperson said?
I love that we're just refusing to drop the Wimperson. I must deliver it to my benefactor at all costs. What do they want with that relic for anyway? It's something to do with an old legend. My patron seeks the great power said to be granted to whoever solves its secret.
Great power that's said to be bestowed on whoever solves the orb's secret. It could mean only those who can channel spirits are said to be fit to rule. Was that why Inga wanted such power? Do you want to be king?
I guarantee Dirk did some channeling. Maybe he just didn't realize it.
So this is the tomb of the previous queen.
Yes, Queen Amara was laid to rest here. She lost her life in an arsonist blaze. What a tragic end. I heard this tomb sits on the actual site of her residence before it was burned down. They built it in the same spot so her soul could rest in peace.
So this is where the fire happened, huh?
Why do you think Mr. Inga was holding Miss Faye captive here? It's the perfect spot if you think about it. It's close to his private quarters, which made it easy to keep an eye on his prisoner. And the courtyard is only open to the royal family, so he had little fear of prying eyes. Plus, the tomb is normally locked and only the royal family is allowed to access. So that's why he picked up this place.
How long has Miss Faye been held captive?
About 6 days.
Really? That long?
Appears that she was severely weakened by her prolonged confinement. She passed out as soon as she was freed and is now on an IV drip at the hospital. She's been asleep ever since. Poor Miss Faye. Hope she gets better soon.
Emma, do you mind if we start looking around?
Sure, I've already got the okay. Knock yourselves out. Oh, and here. It's a diagram the police drew of the tomb.
What happened up here?
But I'd give you a copy to help your investigation along.
Thank you.
Dude, IV drips suck. I was on one of those for like 2 weeks when I was at a hospital. It's just weird. Like, it just feels weird having something pumping shit into your hand.
Oh, and let me know if you need my forensic expertise. Don't you dare keep all the fun to yourselves, you hear?
You don't need to worry about that. Besides, I'd hardly classify this as fun.
Alright, let's get examining.
There's a painting up there, but I can't see it very well from here.
Oh, god damn it.
Looks like the Holy Mother was painted here to watch over Amara's sarcophagus.
So it's like this tomb is protected by the founder? That must be so reassuring to those she left behind.
Only one problem. I didn't paint the eyes she needs to do said watching.
Come to think of it, she doesn't have a mouth to smile down on the tomb with either. It's actually kind of creepy. What if being watched over by something like that gives the queen nightmares?
Hey, keep that up and the founder might come and watch over you too.
Good job. Give Athena all the nightmares. She doesn't have enough of them already.
So this is Amara's sarcophagus. Let's take a closer look.
Any evidence of it being opened recently?
Hey, these curtains are open, Apollo.
Lock's been tampered with?
It's one big sarcophagus.
Say the mummy of Amara, the former queen, rests inside.
Mummy, huh? Rats, it's locked.
Hey, don't touch that.
You mean we can't search inside it?
Not a chance. Besides, it's not something anyone would try opening anyway.
What if the real killer's hiding in there?
Hey, anyone in there?
What, you expect the killer to answer?
Don't do that. You're going to get us cursed. Cursed? Queen likely bears a grudge toward the living after such a violent, painful death. So no one dares touch the sarcophagus for fear of incurring her wrath. Oh no, Apollo. What am I gonna do?
Don't look at me.
You're the one that slammed it.
In any case, the sarcophagus is temperature controlled. It's kept really cold to preserve the mummy. So even if someone did decide to hide inside it, they would eventually freeze to death.
I see. Now still, if they bundled up, a bad person could hide in there for a little while.
Seems like they might need the key, though. Think they're gonna get arrested for this? No, it's okay. We have the police with us. They don't mind what we're doing. Remember, she said she got the okay for us to snoop around. It's totally fine. Oh, Nancy. We'll get back to that. I don't know if I finished checking this side. Look, one of the statues is broken.
Yeah, but it's kind of hard to see from here.
Let's check it out when we get a little closer. Okay, in game number 7, can we, like, in situations like this, can we please just, you know, have it so I can still click on it and it does the thing, and so I don't have to click on it twice? Thanks. There's really no reason not to. I can see it perfectly fine from here. It's like a small army of monks all neatly lined up. Looks like they're facing the sarcophagus in prayer.
If you look carefully, each one has a slightly different expression.
Wonder if they used real people as models.
Some are frowning, some are smiling. There's one that looks like he's trying his hardest not to burst out laughing.
Really? Wonder why.
Maybe it's like those times when things are so intense, you can't help but laugh. You know, like at funerals and stuff.
They went through all the trouble of depicting that. Talk about going overboard. Didn't earlier case in some game mention how cold bodies obfuscate time of death? I mean, I don't know, maybe. Is that relevant here, though? They haven't mentioned it here. It's full of ash. Must burn an incense in here.
So I was wondering, Apollo, did the ash come from the incense sticks that were burned in this? Or do people put their incense in after there was already ash in here to hold them up?
Don't be silly, Athena. The answer's simple. The ash is the product of prayers from the countless visitors who came here. It's not chicken or the egg kind of thing.
Oh, that's an interesting take on it. It's so much more poetic than mine.
It's a container full of ash. Like... It's full of ash. My guess would be this is an incense burner.
Hey, look, Apollo. There's something in the ashes.
Let's see what it is. I like that we can see this, you know, perfectly fine from that angle, but the statue, the broken statue and the painting? Nah. Can't see that from this angle. Gotta go somewhere else to click on those. Is that a gemstone? Wonder what it's doing here.
I've got this one covered, Apollo. Would you like to hear my brilliant theory?
Well, I guess it wouldn't do any harm.
You know how people make wishes by throwing coins into a fountain, right? Well,
you know, on second thought, I'm good.
What? You sure you don't need to hear my theory? I was just about to get to the good part.
Let's just ask Emma. That'll be much quicker. Excuse me, Emma. What's this gemstone doing here?
Oh, that. It's not a gem, it's a button. Albeit a very expensive one from the victim's jacket. Must have fallen off and gotten in there somehow.
So there was a fight. See? Every puzzle has an answer, Athena. Hey, you weren't in that game.
Well, I thought my idea was pretty good. Wait, what's with this suit? Is he here on the gemstone?
Hey, you're right. Someone, like, burned something in the ashes afterwards? Anything else from this angle that we definitely can't see from any other angle? Someone could have hid behind these curtains.
Sure, I'll go give it a try. Well, can you tell I'm hiding there?
No, I can't tell at all. That's it. That's the perfect hiding place.
We did it, Apollo. We solved the case.
Yeah, but who was there?
Sorry to burst your bubble, but the royal guards searched the tomb high and low right after they stormed in. And they said no one else was in here besides Minister Inga, Dirk, and Miss Faye.
Well, back to the drawing board, I guess.
My brilliant deduction. Destroyed in 3 sentences.
I mean, she did mention it earlier, too. Miss Faye was apparently tied to this chair. Let's take a closer look. We should try to cover every angle possible here. Oh, this is like full movement? Hell yeah. Okay. Oh, I actually have to use... Oh, no, it's just that. Okay. I thought we were going to rotate it. God damn it. That would've been sick. New mechanics in the final act?
Poor Miss Faye. She must have been tied up to this chair.
Can imagine just how much her backside must have hurt after staying here for so long.
It would have been torture for you too, I bet. I mean, you don't know how to sit still.
If by that you mean I like to stay active, then I have to agree with you.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite what he meant. It's okay, Maya has lots of experience being kidnapped.
I bet you didn't know, but I happen to be...
I bet you didn't know, but I happen to be a bit of an escape artist myself. Tracy showed me how to do a rope escape trick.
Uh-huh. And why would you bother learning something like that?
Because we're always getting into trouble when working cases with Mr. Wright. So I thought it might come in handy someday.
Well, I guess you're right about that. Miss Faye could definitely have used that knowledge.
That's right. So now you just sit right there and we'll get started.
What in the world gave you the idea I want to learn?
It's not really the time for that. Oh, you can rotate. It's just really awkward and controls horribly. Like, terribly horribly. Like, I don't know if I can... There we go. Like, why couldn't the WASD just rotate the camera?
Look, there's a blood stain on one of the chair legs.
Really? Hey, you're right. Completely missed that.
Let's move the chair so we can check under it. There's more blood under the chair leg.
So the chair came from somewhere with blood on it, because there's no blood around it. It's like the leg was like a stamp.
I wonder what it's doing here. I have some luminol here. Why don't you do some testing around it?
Oh god, these controls are so bad. You know what? I'm glad that I'm playing the next two games on Switch. Because it means we can just use a controller. As apparently this God intended, because they can't be arsed to make any of the other collections mouse compatible.
Look.
So wait, was Maya injured? You know, that would explain why she's at the hospital, because I was finding that a little weird that she had to go to the hospital from just fainting. From exhaustion.
Bloodstain leads all the way to the sarcophagus.
Emma, is this Mr. Inga's blood? Hold on 1 second. Huh? That's strange. I didn't get a match.
So then, whose blood is it? Dirk and Miss Faye weren't wounded as far as we know.
And the blood's been wiped up by someone for some reason.
Yeah, that's strange too.
Doesn't belong to the victim. Alright, well, I hope we've discovered everything here, because I don't know if the game's gonna let me discover anything else, given the controls.
A baby on a lotus blossom? That's one strange painting.
Apparently that's part of a mural depicting the life and times of Queen Amara. You know, like a storyboard or something.
So that baby's supposed to be Amara.
This one depicts Amara preaching to the faithful.
It's hard to put into words, but I've never seen anything like it. Let's see, the next one is... Is that Dirk? Why does he have horns?
My best guess is it depicts the first time Amara and Dirk met.
So he's supposed to be some kind of demon who's seducing her?
Well, he was successful since they got married after that.
That's one ugly ass baby? Wow. Is dissing the dead queen like that? Damn. What, you think she's not gonna curse you too? Why is her hair white? You just asked that of someone. Why is your hair whatever color it is, huh? Mural continues on the opposite wall. Which, you know, we can't see from this angle. Actually, no, legitimately we can't, so I'll give the game that one. One of the statues is broken. Let's take a closer look. Oh, so you can take a closer look now. Okay. This thing's more splintered than statue now.
The bullet from the victim's gun did a real number on it. Seems like something you get cursed for, you know?
In Mr. Inga's case, I'd say getting your ticket punched is curse enough.
Yeah, but don't curses extend to the afterlife?
You need to stop taking what Nayuta says so seriously.
I'm perfectly capable of thinking for myself.
Yeah, that might be the problem here. It's a Magatama, I think. Did it come from the broken statue?
Look, Apollo, there's another one. But the other statues only have one each.
Hey, you're right. Maybe the statue was special or something.
A fucking bullet?
Look, there's a bullet over here.
It's from the pistol the victim was carrying. My guess is he tried to shoot his attacker but missed and the bullet ended up here.
That bullet looks in really good condition considering where it ended up.
We've already determined the rifling marks to be matched on his gun. Rifling marks? Aren't those... Oh, shall I explain? The science behind is absolutely fascinating.
No, we're good.
Lawyers. Think they're so smart.
You do realize we can hear you. What the hell's this thing? Something shiny down there. It's a pendant. And there's blood on it. Wonder who it belongs to.
All we know, it's not the victims. No one in the royal family recognized it.
Emma, did you lift any fingerprints from it?
I did, but I wasn't able to get a clean one.
That's too bad.
But the blood turned out to be the victims.
That means it must have fallen here in the course of the murder. Might be Dirk's. I should ask him about it later.
Wait, did they say the pendant itself? Fingerprint is yet to be analyzed, but the blood. Oh, okay. I thought they said the pendant belonged. I was like, what? That contradicts what they just said.
Sarcophagus is surrounded by a curtain. I bet someone could have hidden behind it.
True, but that's one of the many places the royal guard checked after storming in. Wow, they really were thorough.
Do you know anyone else who has white hair? Nayuta? Wait, hang on. Nayuta has white hair. Well, yeah, but okay. I mean, they married and had a son. Nayuta is his biological son, so that checks out, actually.
Yes, well, apparently one of their members loves mystery novels. He peered into every nook and cranny with an almost frightening amount of gusto. And when he was done, he said, "Very interesting. It's like one of those locked room mysteries."
Sounds like he's in the wrong line of work.
Hey, he's just really enthusiastic and trying to have fun. Weren't you the one that, like, said that investigating crime scenes was fun? Or, Emma, I guess, was.
Wow, it's covered in blood.
The blood splatter that large must have gone all over the killer, too. Come to think of it. There was blood on Dirk's clothes.
Circumstantial evidence points to Dirk being the killer.
That's why I conclude if I were a cop, too. Why are things always so bleak for me?
I do feel like Apollo's cases end up seeming more complicated than some of Phoenix's, for sure. No, I was still wanting to examine. Thank you very much. Need to check this side now.
Is this supposed to be Amara channeling a spirit?
Looks like the spirit of some country's sultan or something. And she seems to be conveying something to his retainers.
She's on fire.
This must be Amara's assassination as allegedly carried out by Dirk. It really made him look evil.
This is the weirdest one of all.
That's supposed to be Dirk facing his punishment in the afterlife?
Anyway, I guess that's the last one. Some fucking wine over there?
Guess we're supposed to see this as a happy ending.
Yeah, except nobody came out of this story happy. He was just sitting here sipping wine while Maya was tied up. It's the grape juice Inga was drinking. He was probably nervous for his meeting with Dirk.
So he drank grape juice? I'm not seeing the logic here.
Mr. Wright told me all about when he was hospitalized a few years ago. He said grape juice has something in it that helps you relax.
I don't understand the whole grape juice thing. Like, this game's rated fucking M. They are not afraid of showing literal seas of blood in the last one. But no, alcohol's where they draw the line. Can't mention alcohol in this children's video game full of blood and murder that's rated M. Nuh-uh, that's too far.
Really? Are you sure he was talking about regular, plain old grape juice?
They're even making fun of it. Like, even the translator's like, this is stupid.
Because it sounds like he was talking about the fermented variety.
No, he couldn't have meant that. I mean, we're talking about a medical facility. They wouldn't have allowed something like that in.
Right. Let's just leave it at that.
At least call it ferment. You know what? I like that idea, actually. Call it fermented grape juice. You could probably get away with that. It would at least be accurate.
Guess this is where Inga collapsed when he died. Better take a closer look.
Wow, somehow a cell phone that looks even older than Phoenix's. But it's a flip phone, so it can't be.
So this is the murder weapon. Emma, did you find any prints on it?
Yep, and they were super clear. They belonged to one Dirk Sadmati.
That's not good. Were there any others?
There was one more print from another individual, but it was too smudged to identify. It's probably an old print from someone else who handled the knife.
Oh. Yet another piece of unhelpful info to add to our ever-growing pile.
Why is a horn snapped? Wait, where? Like on this mural up here? I mean, it's just to show that he's like, you know, he's broken. A broken demon who got what he deserves. Yeah, it's because he's like tied up and he's like getting tortured. He's getting what he deserves. They're picking him apart. Alright, what else we have here? Can we get anything off the phone? What the fuck kind of gun is this? That's gotta be a taser. That's not a gun. There's no such thing as a 4-barreled pistol.
So Mister was armed, huh?
You cannot tell me that's a gun. What the fuck kind of gun is that?
That's a 4-shot pistol. He had it for self-defense, apparently.
What do you mean a 4-shot pistol? That's like some stupid gun I'd see in Doom.
Well, it wouldn't be firing anytime soon.
Huh?
He was carrying a broken gun around for show? No, we recovered a bullet here. Which means the gun probably broke as the Mister fired its last round. Thing is, gun's chambers are all empty. Yet, that one bullet's the only bullet we could find.
It is strange. Where'd the other 3 go?
Maybe they just weren't loaded because he realized a 4-barreled pistol doesn't work the way he thought it would.
Maybe Dirk ate them.
Or that too. That makes sense.
We can ask the next time we see him. Just be ready for his predictably shocking answer.
I like that second answer. Definitely gonna have to ask him.
What if this is Inga's cell phone?
It should be. His fingerprints are all over it.
Do you know if he talked with anyone recently?
There are a few calls logged between him and his underlings. They're all members of the secret police who were directly under the Minister's control. You mean like spies?
I don't think that's quite it. Already taken the body away. It's kind of sad how familiar I've become with body outlines.
I have a photo of the body if you're interested. He was stabbed right in the back. Poor guy was practically skewered. What's he wearing on his arms? Those are the cuffs of justice. Seems to be a tradition here for the Minister of Justice to wear those forearm cuffs.
Look like they're made of a thick fabric, so I guess they're not for protection.
Maybe they're for keeping his sleeves out of the way when handling documents.
Yeah, that's probably their original purpose. But over the years, the reason for wearing them was probably forgotten. So now they're just one of many traditional things that people do without knowing why.
Yeah, like Christmas.
Oh, I get it. Kinda like the way you roll up your sleeves, huh?
Or your psychology, if we're going there.
I happen to know why I started, thank you very much.
I think we covered just about everything. Maybe we should go over what we've learned so far.
For starters, we're dealing with a locked room murder. But instead of the tomb being locked, it was being cordoned off by the Royal Guard. And after the murder, no one was found to be hiding inside.
Right. In addition, we also know that Dirk's fingerprints are all over the murder weapon.
The curtain around the sarcophagus was drenched in the victim's blood on one side. The blood must have gone on the killer when they stabbed the minister from behind.
Dirk also had blood on when the crime was first discovered. Unfortunately, he doesn't remember what happened.
So was he stabbed from the back or the front? Do we know the angle of attack here? Stabbed from behind. So was the minister facing the sarcophagus then? But I mean, blood splatter from going through. No, okay, so here's my theory. There was someone in that sarcophagus. They had the key. They must have had the key or something. They were in the box. They peeked out, fucking poked him while he was standing back there. That's why there's blood on the curtain. Maybe Dirk was sitting there talking to him. That's probably also why he got blood on him too. And then I guess he went unconscious. Maybe he got knocked out by the real murderer. And then he just like slipped the knife into his hand. And obviously the guy was wearing gloves, so that's why there's no fingerprints of the real culprit.
This is not good.
So what we know so far is things can be worse for our case. And that's still an understatement somehow.
When the Queen knew about this hostage situation, we told her. Edgeworth told her. Remember when we got here? Edgeworth was like, I better go and alert the authorities. I better go alert the king and queen. Or I guess the queen in this case.
Yeah, it's looking pretty grim.
Oh, if you two are done here, I'll have to ask you to leave. Go on, scoot.
Something wrong, Emma? Why are you trying to give us the boot?
It's just easier if you're not here when His Ephemeral Holiness arrives.
Is it late? Yeah, he's already here. I wonder if the queen did something? I guess she could have. She did seem like it was a little surprising that she was apparently supporting us at first, and then realized Dirk was here, so decided to arrest him too. Because, I mean, it does make sense though. He knew he was a wanted criminal already, so that actually checks out. But now he's got 2 crimes. Kind of wonder if she did it. Ooh, yeah, that is a possibility. There's no reason why she couldn't. She would have had full reign to go in and out of there, and no one would have known what anything different, because no one would think it's odd. Speak of the devil.
Prosecutor Satmari. Detective Sky, it seems you've spoken at length with these 2 lawyers. I do hope you've also kept an eye on them. Yes, of course. Like a hawk. They didn't touch a single thing. Give a lawyer an inch and they'll take a mile. Never forget that.
There's that look of distrust again. Hey, Yuta, do you really believe that Dirk's guilty? Are you seriously gonna prosecute this case? I mean, he's your father. You were once part of the Fine Dragons, weren't you? I feel like we're gonna somehow get Mr. Anal Beads incriminated for this. He's gonna get incriminated for carrying around anal beads. Everyone's gonna find out that they actually aren't prayer beads. They really are anal beads. And he's gonna get, like, arrested for, I don't know, indecent exposure or something. Hey, Nuda, wait! I said wait! Come on, Athena, after him. Huh? Oh, right. Right behind you. Alright, better get out of here. Yuta, would you stop already?
What do you want?
It's about Dirk. Will you please hear me out?
I fail to see why I should. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Yuta, are you afraid of what I might have to say? If not, then there's no harm in listening, right?
Very well. Speak. But make it quick. There is much I must do.
Why does everything have to be so difficult with you? So, I know you'll be prosecuting Dirk's case, but aren't there any other prosecutors in this country? Why does it have to be you?
Her Eminence, Queen Garan, personally requested that I serve as prosecutor.
You mean your mom? She did? That would make it hard to say no.
Her Eminence thinks highly of my prosecutorial skills.
Still, she didn't have to ask you to handle a case against... She didn't have to ask you to handle a case against your own father. Be honest, you really don't want to do this, do you?
You speak of love and sentiment.
Alright, I guess this queen... sorry, I don't know why I called it this queen or his mother, because it's not. The previous queen was. But I guess that does technically make him royalty in some way, so maybe they're, you know, related legally. I guess so.
I do not deny such human emotions. But the law is the law, and placing personal feelings above it is beyond reprieve.
This is a guy, right? I'll let you decide that one.
Do you disagree?
Well, no, I don't disagree, but...
Civilizations only exist due to the confines of the law. Without them, love and sentiment would lack the fertile soil they need to flourish. Do you disagree?
No, but...
The law must be obeyed. This truth sits above all else, including personal feelings. Therefore, whether or not I am the son of the accused is of no consequence. It is that simple. Or would you say otherwise?
But...
Come on, Apollo, tell him how wrong he is.
But don't you, you know, wish it wasn't that way?
It appears I've wasted my breath on you. And the winner is Prosecutor Sadmati. Still spewing empty words devoid of meaning or consequence, I see. You putrid red pepper.
Ugh. I know I'm right. But he'd have to be so eloquent about his point. It's like he's trying to cover something up with his pretty words.
Apollo, I'd cut back on the debates with him if I were you. Just stick to questions, like the one you wanted to ask.
Nina, I wanted to ask you about that hostage situation. Inga said he had something one dear to Dirk in the palm of his hand. And he was using that person, along with his hostage, as leverage in obtaining the orb.
That's news to me.
Well, that's what Inga said. You can kiss your chances of getting the orb goodbye.
Maya faint my only, how shall I say, insurance, you know, Dirk.
What?
I've got someone dear to you right in the palm of my hand, see? Now that one, well, you can imagine what kinds of things I could do, right? Glad you're seeing things my way.
I got the impression Dirk had no choice but to follow Inga's demands after he heard that. So who do you suppose this special person is?
I wouldn't know.
Oh, yes, you would. Oh, 100% you would. There's only one person he would call a special someone. We just learned all about her. My bracelet's reacting. Hey, Nayuta, about what you just said. Oh yeah, I guess it is upside down hiragana. Huh. Yeah, someone mentioned that last week. I mean, some of them are. Not all of them. There's definitely a few other things thrown in there, but yeah. Huh. Probably didn't realize that because of all the other shit thrown in there. That's definitely not. There's a few in there, for sure. Ow, ow. My bracelet's crushing my wrist. Yeah, it really hurts. What the heck's going on?
I'm wise to your tricks, you putrid pepper. That bracelet reacts to the anxieties of the people around you by squeezing your wrist. But now that I know how it works, I can make it tighten around your wrist anytime I wish. Consider this a warning.
I don't know how he did it, but this renders my bracelet useless. Wow, he just defended against his powers? Okay, we need to get Phoenix in here, because his Magatama hasn't been beaten yet.
Such devilry is powerless in the face of the Holy Mother's blessings. Looks like your special power won't work against Prosecutor Sadmati, Apollo. We'll have to try something else.
You're right. We'll just have to ask Dirk about this.
It appears you intend to go through with a trial you have no hope of winning. Grow up, Mr. Justice. We are no longer children, you and I.
I'm not the one who needs to grow up, Nayuta. In case you didn't hear, I won my last case against none other than Mr. Wright.
You tell him, Apollo.
He's gonna take that one single win against Wright to his fucking grave. Like, he wins one time. He's telling him that that Nayuta needs to grow up. This guy's gonna like be bragging about beating Mr. Wright for years. Is he mad? I can never tell with him.
This trial is different. Your foolishness will only earn you a death sentence for aiding and abetting a criminal. And those who die as criminals are doomed to be reborn in the next life as something lower than a bug or vegetable, who would be lucky to return to this realm as a patch of mold.
Mold? That's pretty harsh.
If you wish to avert such a fate, abandon this folly before it is too late.
I don't care if I end up as a doll with blue cheese dress in my next life. I'm gonna defend Dirk in court.
You fool. Know this. I intend to prosecute the accused with all my might, no matter what you say or do. Consider yourself forewarned. Now, if you will excuse me. Prosecutor Samani knows his father will be publicly executed if he's found guilty. Yeah, he won't even show an ounce of mercy.
Nayuta, is this the real you? Have you really changed? Do you really plan on sending Dirk to his death?
When do we get to investigate the courtyard here? Because I saw like a bunch of footprints and shit.
Do you even hear me? Don't Dirk and I matter to you anymore?
Wonder how many chapters this investigation portion is split into. Or are we going into trial time? No, okay, same day. Fun stream. I was thinking of making a joke, but that was too easy. Oh, it's Phoenix's turn. That's why we're swapping. Maya passed out right after we found her in the tomb.
I feel exhausted. I can't keep my eyes open.
been out cold ever since. Haven't been able to get a word out of her. Doctor said it's just exhaustion, but I can't help but worry. What is it, Wright? Are you alright? Yeah, just thinking is all. I'm glad you're here, Edgeworth. Wouldn't have gotten the permissions we have without you. Well, I didn't come all the way to Korean to be useless. Speaking of the investigation, I received a few things from Detective Sky. These should prove to be useful to us as well. Again, I still don't understand why this isn't Franziska. I would have preferred that, honestly. Can we have, like, Edgeworth be Phoenix's partner in court for a little bit? I don't even know if he's gonna get to see court, but it would be kind of cool. Notice how he has a different court record than Apollo does. It's completely separate. That's interesting. Can't think of enough, Edgeworth. I mean, it makes sense lore-wise why he would, but usually you just have one court record per case. And they just, like, give and take items out of it. Even when you switch characters. Honestly, I've been so lost without him these past few days. Huh? Oh, it's a guard. You hated Franziska? Oh, man, Franziska was the coolest. She got fucking shafted in game 2, like, and then she just shows up for like a couple scenes in 3. I mean, she's there in investigations at least, but like she's like fucking Interpol or some shit now, and we're talking about international relations and staging rebellions in other countries. Need to get permission to come over here and do our thing. I think that must have been Franziska that did it. Like, Edgeworth would have had to call up Franziska and get this all sorted out, and then Edgeworth helped us over. He just doesn't want to admit it. You're from the Grand Royal Guard, right? I am Lucky, Royal Guard member and Her Eminence's shoulder rubber. That's very specific. And what does the Royal Shoulder Rubber want with me? Wait, come to think of it, my shoulders are a bit stiff. Don't be absurd! I am here for one purpose only. I am here to bring you before Her Eminence, Queen Garan, Green, and Priestess of Kurain. Will you comply? The Queen? What could she want with me? Why does he have to shout like that? I can't fathom why Queen Garan would summon you. But I advise you to accept Her Eminence's gracious invitation. Royal Shoulder Rubber Lackey, was it? May I join Mr. Wright in his audience with the Queen? The name's Lackey, L-A-H''K-E-E, and all praise the omnipotent Queen Garan. For she has already foreseen and approved your request, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. You are both to come with me. You mean to say Queen Garan sees our every move? Yes, indeed. Her Eminence spiritual power is immense. She can even see what's going on thousands of miles away. Right. I fear I'll lose my hearing next if we don't hurry. Yeah, me too. Why would the Queen herself summon me personally? He's the guy who likes to read mystery novels calling it. Yeah, he probably is. Maybe he's also the official mystery novel reader to Queen Garan. Have you ever seen her spirit channel? No. I'm certain we'll get to see the Queen's spirit channel though. 110%. Like, this game's been building up to that moment. Because like they made such a big stink about, oh, only the Queen can do it. Only the royal family can do it. Talking with this, yeah, okay. So he's definitely our partner for now. Hell yeah, Edgeworth and Phoenix working together. Yo, cutscene. Why did the way that they like came in together was like fucking Yakuza? We were gonna face off. We need like the Yakuza style, like Queen of Kurain, member of the royal family, Kurain division. Ah, the bobbed-head lawyer has arrived. We bid you welcome. And you as well, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. thank you. This place is still as magnificent as last time.
We have heard much about you, Barbed One. It seems your bluffs and tomfoolery tend to leave our court devastated in their wake.
Is that what people have been saying about me? Right. Where are your manners? Your Eminence, I am both humbled and delighted to be in your presence. Oh, Your Eminence, glad to be here. Looks like you're doing well.
It is all right. There is no need to keep your head bowed all day.
Yes, Your Eminence. Was their thing always glowing like this? I don't remember it looking like that earlier. Or like, ever. Rafa's not looking too good. I guess even she can't just bounce back from her father's murder. So what can I do for you, Eminence?
We wish to question you about something related to the case at hand.
Perfect, because I have a few questions of my own.
We fear we do not fully comprehend what has transpired, so it is that we summoned you here to further elucidate the situation. Is it true that our husband Inga has been seeking the Founder's Orb?
What's with their, like, first-person plural usage here? That's right, you wanted to trade a hostage for it. That's why I abducted Maya Fey.
Insolent fool!
Ow!
That is a lie! A lie, I say! Father would never have done such a thing!
But he did abduct Maya.
I will not stand here and listen to this nonsense. You'll pay for this, you...
Ow, ow, ow! Please, your benevolence.
That is quite enough, Rafa. We understand your feelings, but we feel he speaks the truth. But we believe we know why your father would do such a thing. Huh?
Like, she's talking like the fucking king of all cosmos over here.
We believe he was seeking the orb as a means of obtaining spiritual power. And with it he intended to usurp the throne. Father.
What do you mean, Your Eminence?
Inga was planning a coup, for he was dissatisfied with the current administration. And his secret police was the primary instrument of his treason.
Isn't that kind of what Dirk's doing? Secret police. They came up during the High Priest's murder trial too. An elite force under direct command of the Minister of Justice. In this case, Inga. The man who was hunting down rebels as Lady Kira was a member of that group.
Indeed, Inga turned that once proud force into his own private army, and he intended on using them to launch a coup and assassinate us.
Does the king of all cosmos even find the time to make so many kids? Dude, he's the fucking king of all cosmos. How does he not have the time to make so many kids? He can do whatever the damn hell he pleases. I mean, he's destroyed the universe like how many times? So Your Eminence has no control over them? Also, they're not all his kids. Remember, those are cousins. They're someone else's kids. Man has, like, extended family, and they're having the kids. If anything, you should be asking him how his dad had all the time to have so many kids.
As much as it shames us to admit it, Korean is not the unified realm it would appear to be. We are truly sorry you had to witness the dirty underbelly of our kingdom. Good father. But know that Inga could not have become king simply through our assassination. For in Korean, only those who possess spiritual power may sit on the throne.
Is that why she sat on the throne and he just had to stand to the side awkwardly? I see. That explains why the Minister Inga was seeking the Founder's Orb.
Barbed One, do you recall the man known as Peace, Love, and Understanding?
What about him?
He too was involved in Inga's machinations. Inga had bought his loyalty, ordered the man to steal the orb, and covered up the theft.
And then he sent the orb to the US for Dr. Buff to study. It's all coming together. How many Phoenix Wright games does the culprit from, like, the first case actually come back as, like, a major plot point later on? I don't think it happens very often. Like, usually the tutorial case is kind of its own thing, and then... not Okay, well, Edgeworth Investigations 2 also did it. But I think that's like the only other instance I can think of. Technically, Game 3 did? Who was the... Oh, yeah, that's right. Because the tutorial case in that one was the car crash, right? Yeah, you're right. That one also did it. So I guess that's like, what, 3 instances then? If we're including spin-offs?
The capture of the infamous villain Dirk Satamadi. It may prove to be the crowning achievement of our reign. Now perhaps the kingdom may return to the peace it once knew.
Is there like a lore reason, or is it gonna come up later as to why she's like speaking in first person plural? Is that just like a thing royal people do that I just never knew about? Because like it's the only time I've ever seen it is in this game and Katamari, and I just figured it was just some like a silly aspect of Katamari because of course the game would do something like that. But this is a much more serious game. Weird that she's like talking. Like, I guess, is she just being like, we the court? We the kingdom of Kurain? Game 3, Case 1 was Nick accused of electrocution. Classmate Dahlia. Oh, right, yeah, it was a flashback case. Yeah, no, you're right, okay. I was thinking of, which one was I thinking of? Car crash. Was that Case 2? That was the same game, wasn't it? The car crash? Yeah, I think that was like 3-2, right? I think it's when royal people think they're closer to gods. Yeah, that's probably it too. She probably thinks she's like some divine entity.
Oh, what a joyous day.
Hail to Her Eminence, Queen Garan, Grand Priestess of Kurain. Her Eminence's spiritual power invoked a blessing straight from the Holy Mother. I could see how her cronies would be elated at the prospect. But the queen herself seems almost giddy for someone whose husband was just murdered. It's like she wanted this to happen. Oh, was that 2-2? How the fuck did I think that was 3? Oh yeah, that's right, because that's where you go to the village in that one. I guess I was just getting that mixed up with the plot of that case with like the overarching plot of Game 3 for some reason.
Mother.
Rafe, on the other hand, doesn't appear to be taking it so well. About that incident that occurred 23 years ago, the one in which Dirk was accused of assassinating Queen Amara.
Yes, he set fire to a private residence, burning my dear sister alive.
Murder by arson. Okay, that does make Nayuta royalty then. Okay. This is Nayuta's aunt. No wonder she picked him specifically.
Only a demon would be capable of such a heinous crime.
That event also set the stage for you to become queen. What did you do before you were crowned queen, Your Eminence?
As part of our training to be queen, we served in many different governmental positions, the longest of which was the previous Minister of Justice. It was in that position that we were best able to support our elder sister, Queen Amara.
Interesting. That's her husband's position, or at least it was. And when you ascended to the throne, you passed the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. What prompted you to pass something like the Defense Culpability Act, Your Eminence?
The assassination of our dear sister Amara. When the infamous villain Dirk Satamadi was apprehended, he announced that he would act as his own lawyer.
That's right. Dirk used to be a lawyer.
Dirk had been an extraordinarily talented lawyer and highly esteemed by the people, but he falsified evidence in an attempt to win his own case.
Wait, what? How what? What, Nayuta being royalty? This is because fucking his mom was the queen. Was the previous queen. Nayuta's mom was the queen that got like killed in a fire. And if this is her sister, well then by extension that makes Nayuta is this person's nephew.
But when the truth of his fabrications and the assassination of the queen came to light, the people were devastated, and trust in the legal system plummeted.
Now why does that sound so familiar? Yeah, I wonder.
I still, like, can't believe that Phoenix was single-handedly responsible for some dark age of the law that we never got to see.
In Korean, the Hall of Justice is a sacred space where victims receive their last rites. Should the people lose their faith in it, the kingdom would be shaken to its very core. That is why the Defense Culpability Act had to be passed. It was the only way to keep our legal system from tumbling into the abyss.
So that's how you sought to eliminate the use of perjury and phony evidence, huh? But that law is what made lawyers go extinct in your kingdom. Now there's no one left to defend those who have been accused. Well, okay, I mean, there's the slight chance that, like, that wasn't Dirk's first marriage or something, and it's... that was Nayuta's stepmom. A stepmom is still a mom, though. That doesn't make him royalty.
We see how you could take issue with such a reality. However, we have not banned the act of lawyering itself. Those who are confident they can prove their client's innocence are always welcome to mount a vigorous defense, as you yourself have shown.
Well, I guess so, but without lawyers, there's the possibility of false charges being filed and prosecuted.
So long as our prosecutors continue to run nothing but perfect trials, there needn't be fear of such nefarious dealings. Do you disagree?
You don't see the how flawed that sounds? Perfect prosecutors and their perfect trials, huh? Let's not get started down this path.
Furthermore, here in Korean we have the divination seance. And so it is we no longer need lawyers, for the dead do not lie.
Well, in the short time I've been here, I've beaten back false charges twice. And I found that cases built on the memories of the dead are less than perfect. So yes, I do take issue with the Defense Culpability Act, to say the least.
Such relentless rhetoric. Your reputation precedes you, barbed one. It feels as if what we ourselves are being cross-examined.
Oh, no, that wasn't my intention.
It is true that some feel that the Defense Culpability Act is a necessary evil at best. But it is a small sacrifice upon which the peace of our kingdom has been forged.
If you consider executing innocent lawyers a small sacrifice, then sure.
The fact is that following its passage, the crime rate here in Korea dropped markedly.
Yeah, because you just arrest people and then convict them of crimes instantly. Why did it take them 6 games to be covering this topic? When that was like half the reason the games were made in the first place. Was to criticize Japan's court system.
Therefore, we have no regrets concerning the enactment of the Defense Culpability Act.
Really? None at all?
Right. Why don't we leave it at that? This isn't the court of law, after all.
Yeah. Hey, that never stopped you from, like, making courts out of anywhere you went, Edgeworth.
About the Founder's Orb that was to be exchanged for the hostage. It went missing after the murder. Would you happen to know anything about that?
It's missing? I'm sure Dirk had it when he went into the tomb. If it wasn't there, I have no idea where it could be, Your Eminence.
In that case, then perhaps Dirk has hidden it somewhere. Incidentally, there is the matter of that horned youth you were with.
Oh, you must be Apollo.
From his odd hairstyle, may we assume him to be a relative? Perhaps your younger brother?
No, you got it all wrong. He's Dirk's son. Well, more like foster son. They're not actually related by blood.
Dirk's. Royal Guard!
Your Eminence! What's she whispering in that one guy's ear? Is that the Royal Whisper receiver?
Thank you for your time. The two of you may go now.
Yes, Your Eminence. We'll be on our way. Okay, now what? Apollo and Athena have the murder scene investigation covered, so maybe we should go speak with the locals over the bazaar. Are we just gonna get to like go to every single location we've been before? What? Was that a lion? Oh, that? Caught me by surprise too when I first heard it. It's the cry of a local bird known as a warbad. A bird? That sounds like that.
Sounds more like a beast than a bird if you ask me. It's a form of mimicry. You know, to help protect them against predators and stuff. Yes, well, can't say I've heard one quite like that before. Oh, it's more than unusual. It's endangered. It's extremely rare to encounter one in the wild these days. If it's so rare, then what's one doing out here in the middle of the bazaar? You got me. Maybe it's got something to do with it being their national bird. Was that a gunshot? What? Don't just fire guns into the middle of a crowded street? The fuck, man? What was that, Dats? How has this guy, like, somehow become the new Larry in the span of a single game?
Find Dragon's newest weapon. I call these puppies Dragon Snot Snaps.
Uh-huh. And you need those... why?
Because our hard work is starting to pay off. Thanks to our TV signal hijacking and stuff, more and more people are joining our cause. But on account of that, the regime's been cracking down on us real tough like.
Yeah, there's been a lot going on lately.
You could say that again. I mean, what with the High Priest fake murder / suicide? People calling it the DCA tragedy, and it's causing a real public uproar.
Hopefully this means Teressa's death won't be in vain after all. So, how exactly is a handful of firecrackers going to help you get to you guys anyway?
Simple. First I spawned our fellow rebels, then we use them as a diversion when we need to shake Gran's goons.
Huh?
Like this.
Whoa! Will you cut that out? I'm not with the regime and I'm not chasing you.
Your reaction! That was priceless, PW! I guess I saw that warbad too.
It's a miracle no one's trying to arrest him while he's too busy laughing. Oh, maybe her things always look like that. I just never realized that it was all glowy and shit. I don't know why.
You're one of those insurgents, are you not? Yikes! Take that!
Did he just, like, attack a member of the royal family? Okay. I mean, if he goes to jail again, he shouldn't be surprised. And he's gone. Those firecrackers are more useful than I thought.
Bobhead,
Your benevolence. What can I do for you?
I wanted to speak with you. About what my mother said. I do not believe a word of it. My father could not have been planning a coup.
Well, I can understand why you'd feel like that, but...
It was a setup. Someone must have been plotting against him.
And how do you know that?
I just do. Because the Holy Mother guides me. And as a royal priestess, I must uncover the truth for all to see.
Maybe this is just how Rafa expresses her sense of duty. Have we seen Larry around? Not in a while. What was his last appearance? Did he even get a 3D appearance? I don't think he's gotten a 3D appearance at all. Like most characters from the original trilogy, they just kind of left them in the original trilogy and forgot they exist.
Investigating this matter, are you not? Then rejoice, for I shall accompany you and bestow upon you the royal priestess's wisdom.
That's the best news I've heard all day, Your Benevolence. No one would dare get in our way with Rafa by our side. We humbly accept your offer, don't we, Edgeworth? As you wish, Wright.
Excellent. Then let us begin with my father's private quarters. We should be able to find some clues there. I shall expose this false charge for what it is, if it's the last thing I do.
Could it be? The reason she's so defensive about Inga is because she's a daddy's girl? Whoa, damn, Phoenix. Okay.
Bobhead, let us not waste any time. My father's private quarters are located within the royal residence. Now, follow me.
Wait. She's sure in a hurry. Right. The minister's private quarters may hold evidence related to his murder as well. Yeah, maybe we can kill two birds with one stone. If is obviously fired up. I just hope she'll be ready for the truth we find. After all, it's hard to believe that Inga was not in full control of the whole affair. I don't know, maybe she's right. Maybe it really was her mom that did it. Okay, now we can investigate this place, right? Now if we can figure out which of these buildings houses Inga's private quarters, that's where we'll find Rafa. If these aren't evidence, they're footprints coming from this residence. Too bad they just kind of end. Wonder who made them and where they went. I mean, they end because they kind of ran out of dirt. But yes, it is too bad. Its overturned urn spilled its water all over the place. It was already knocked over when we got here earlier this afternoon, so we can rule out Athena at least. Wow, okay, that's what you jumped to? Right. What does it say about you if your first suspect is your own subordinate? Pot, meat kettle. What a beautiful place this is. But I'd be enjoying this a whole lot more if we weren't investigating a murder. Commoners aren't normally allowed to access the royal residence, you know. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be impossible to take in such a spectacular view. Though murder is certainly a unique reason to be offered such a rare opportunity. This place is decorated with all sorts of colorful flowers. That view from the veranda looks like it would be amazing. If I had to guess, I'd say Rafa must live here. She gets a whole house to herself? Amara's tomb, scene of Inga's murder. Poor Maya was held captive in there. To think she was actually being held in here by Inkura'in. If only we had found out sooner. And no point dwelling on that now. All we can do is keep moving forward. Yes, of course. Grand Palace, the heart of the kingdom's government and religion. Yes, the two are inseparably intertwined here in Korean. The religious beliefs of the people touch every aspect of their lives, including legal affairs. Right, like how they communicate with spirits in the court. I suppose Koreanism is the glue that binds their faith, law, and politics together. May seem strange to foreigners like us, but for them it's perfectly natural. Now that's what I call an extravagant exterior. Is this where Inga's private quarters are? Watch your step, Wright. That urn's been knocked over, spilling water everywhere. Yeah, the ground's soaked. Wonder who did this. I think I heard someone in there. Is that Princess Rafa? There's still so many things I wish to tell you. She always puts on such a brave face, but hearing her crying all alone, I can't help but think of Trucy. Father. Princess Rafa? Are you in there?
Just a moment. I'll be right out. I see you're finally here. Well, let us commence our investigation, shall we?
Your benevolence, maybe you should rest for a minute first.
You were eavesdropping on me, weren't you?
No, I mean, yes, sorry, I couldn't help overhearing. It wasn't like I was spying on you or anything.
You stupid bobbed head. Ow.
You could have feigned ignorance. It's as if your brain-to-mouth filter shuts off the moment you step out of the courtroom. Implying that it's on in the courtroom? I'm not that bad, Edgeworth.
Anyway, what took you so long? I thought you would never get here. You have a lot of nerve keeping the Crown Princess waiting.
Oh, sorry?
This was my father's residence. I've already unlocked it so you can go right in. Oh, and be careful. Some dingbat dog got in the courtyard and spilled water over there.
A dingbat dog?
That's right. The yappy mutt spilled a whole urn's worth.
Wonder how I got into this area. Do you know what it looked like?
I've better things to do than memorize what some stray dog looks like. Anyway, it's not worth talking about. Let's search my father's room, shall we?
I really hope she's alright. Oh, I've already finished searching. Okay. Wasn't sure if I missed something, but yeah, I guess not.
Ooh, fancy globe. The fuck is that stuff? Is that spray paint? Yo, what's this guy doing? Oh shit. There's gonna be a scandal. Man's dead and now we're gonna have a drug scandal on our hands. What a mess. You can definitely tell a guy used to live in this room. Alright, how are we gonna get around this one? Yo, we could say fermented grape juice all we want, but this? Guess Inga and I had at least that much in common.
This stuff keeps getting in the way. Nena! Oh.
Huh? Where's Nena? Normally... Is she not here today? Did she get killed too? She comes running whenever Rafa calls.
That's right. Nena is...
Nena is what?
Oh well. You Bobhead. Come, hold this staff for me.
Why me?
Just take it. It's too heavy, and I'm tired of holding it.
How does Nena put up with this day in and day out? 'Cause she gets paid for it. Maybe. I'll just set it over here for now. Did she die? Did she just, like, kick the bucket off screen? There's gotta be a reason for that. That seems so random. I know she's old and all, but, like... Did they really need to do that? Is this so she can develop a sense of independence? And learn to not rely on people? Anything to talk about with her? Oh, yeah. Oh, we could bring it up. Okay. Wait, is the chair itself, like, shaped like his suit? Never seen a chair like that before.
Bobhead, I, the Royal Priestess of Corinne, shall share my thoughts on the abduction.
You will?
Listen carefully, for such opportunities do not come often.
Remember Edgeworth when you say to Nick, I looked into that girl you wanted me to check on, say metabolic processes are a matter only to historians. When was that? I don't remember that line. That does sound like something he would say, but I don't remember it. Yes, of course. We'd be grateful to hear anything you'd like to share.
My father was very likely seeking to obtain the Founder's Orb.
Was that game 3? What case was that? Was that like the final case? Or like somewhere around there?
But it was not for the purposes of a coup d'etat. It was all for my sake.
For your sake?
The Founder's Orb is capable of bestowing great spiritual power. My father truly believed that. And he wanted that power to be mine. I haven't finished my training and I still can't channel spirits. He was doing it for me.
Right, I see.
Well, do you understand why he did it now?
I do, but it doesn't change the fact that Mr. Inga was a kidnapper. But I guess you don't believe he is, do you?
Oh. No information is certain to surface upon further investigation. Suffice to say, he did this all for me. End of story.
Is he really trying to obtain the orb for Rafa? Somehow I doubt it. Speaking of powers, I wonder if Rafa will be performing the divination seance tomorrow. I should probably ask her about that. We're talking about Dahlia and found out she had been executed 6 months prior. Oh! Yeah, okay, so I was doing a final case then. Yeah, no. Fucking Edgeworth, like, it was being a super hypocrite in that courtyard for sure. Pretty much everything he said. Which is why it was extra funny. Your benevolence, I noticed Nena isn't with you today. Now, are those our footprints down here on the ground? I sure hope so. I mean, I hope not, because Phoenix, what the fuck, man? But also, hopefully ours. That's gonna raise many questions.
I know not where she has gone. I've not spoken with her since this morning. I assume she must be quite busy today.
Dude, she fucking got murdered. We're gonna find her body. I'm calling it now.
I did catch a glimpse of her a little after 2 o'clock. I tried calling out to her, but she went off somewhere again.
A little after 2. That's about an hour before the murder. Oh! What if she's the murderer?
Indeed, of all the times for this to happen, she normally comes to me the moment I call her name.
I know it's hard to believe, but even nannies have lives, you know. She's totally the culprit.
Your inability to find her after the murder is slightly alarming. I wonder if her absence is related to today's incident somehow. Do you think she was unwittingly caught up in them?
Who knows? At the very least, I don't think she was at the scene of the crime.
Nina, I hope she is alright.
Who else would have a key to the sarcophagus? Like, I don't think the royal family's gonna have a key to the sarcophagus. I think it's gonna be like someone in their employment is gonna have it. I could see Nana having the key to that box, hiding in there. If he seems really worried for Nana. I take it you'll be conducting tomorrow's divination seance?
Who else if not I?
Good point. Thing is, divination seances are all about what victims experience in their final moments. So tomorrow, Wright will experience her own father's death, exactly as it happened. That's more than anyone should ever have to deal with. Do you really have to go through with the seance tomorrow? There's really no one else? What about just calling the whole thing off?
It's not as if I'm doing this because I want to.
No?
Never mind. I misspoke. The divination seance is a very important duty of the royal priestess, and it is one I intend to fulfill.
There's that word, duty.
Your benevolence. As crown princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task.
Permanent divination seance is very important for a priestess, but duty or not, it's a heavy burden for someone so young. Even worse, she'll be forced to watch her father's murder. Will it be a weight too heavy for her to bear? Your benevolence, has Nana served you long?
Yes, she has been at my beck and call for as long as I remember. I've heard she even cared for me as an infant, right down to changing my diapers.
Your diapers? Almost sounds like she could be your mother.
Indeed, but that is a simple fact of life when your mother is busy being queen. Nana takes care of my every need. She is my teacher in all things as well.
If this pool of knowledge seems rather lopsided in some respects, could that be the result of Nana's teachings?
Nana, could it be that my trusted attendant has come to dislike me? Now that I think about it, perhaps I've been acting rather spoiled as of late.
Oh, I'm sure she'll be back. Yeah, she'll be back in court.
Yes, I suppose Nana would never truly abandon me. Upon her return, I will do something nice for her. Perhaps she'd like a shoulder massage.
Oh, you do it yourself? You would, like, call the guy over to do them? And yet I can't shake the feeling that Nana's connected to this case in some way. Alright, looks like we have lots of juicy things to examine here. Start with these footprints. Make sure they're ours. So many shoe prints here. Come to think of it. There was some spilled water by the entrance. Somebody must have stepped in it before coming in here. They're already dry. That means they're at least several hours old. Okay, they're not ours.
And someone must have been in here today in the early afternoon. For our servants clean this room each day. Here in Korean we have a saying, leave not today's untidiness to the morrow.
Mine is, why clean it today what you can leave for tomorrow? I like Phoenix's more. I agree with that one. Yo, sick globe. His desk is crammed full of documents. They appear to be paperwork for executions. But for this many cases? Indeed. Something is rotten in the kingdom of Korean. This one dates back to 5 years ago. Something tells me he simply kept putting them off because he hated doing paperwork. Sure he didn't, like, secretly hate the executions? Just trying to delay them? What's this? Just Sweet Bell. Never thought I'd see this brand again. It appears to be a sample of some sort of spray-on hair color.
color, jet black. I wonder if Igna was going gray. Hey, here, Edgeworth. Maybe you can use it. I like my natural hair color just fine, thank you very much. Oh, you know, you're like, what, 35, Edgeworth? You'll be going gray soon, trust me. This is most likely a special ink pad for the Justice Minister's stamp. His insignia is carved big and bold right on the lid. Talk about overkill. Did he really have to mark everything he owned? It's a syringe and a vial.
Those are for my father's back pain. He said it really helped when the pain was particularly unbearable.
It was that bad, huh? I don't know if I've ever heard of someone taking a needle for back pain. We sure that's it? He must have been injecting some sort of painkiller directly into his back then.
Yes, my father said his back pain could knock him off his feet.
I know the feeling. I've experienced some pretty severe back pain of my own.
Well, we can't have you throwing your back out in court, so why don't you take a vial?
Oh, no thanks. I hear your body builds up a tolerance to that sort of thing. Yeah, I wouldn't want to start now.
I thought you didn't want them.
I'm going straight to a chiropractor as soon as I get home. Dude, Inga was taking all the drugs. That's some like, that's a bottle of heroin. I don't care what anyone says. He's got the good shit right there. I mean, he's like the king. He can get away with whatever he wants. Orders all the best stuff off the black market. Snowpan must have belonged to Inga. Let's see. Interesting. That's strange. These appear to be notes detailing people's most prominent characteristics. Hey, there's even some stuff about me in here. Why would Pete bother doing this? Maybe he's not good with names. Or faces, like me.
I'm afraid even I can't answer that.
Whatever the reason, it's giving me a case of the heebie-jeebies. Wait, was there something in there? I didn't really read it. I figured I'd read it later, but is there actually something in there? Oh, we can't. It hasn't been added yet. It's as though he was taking down descriptions of people over the phone. That's what it reminds me of, anyway.
Brilliant deduction. One fitting of a chief prosecutor such as yourself. I commend you.
That's high praise coming from you, your benevolence. Edgeworth's right. They do look like dictation notes, but I don't know. I mean, why bother describing Nana, who's he must have seen every day? Also, over the phone? How do you get, like, visual notes off the phone? Guy didn't exactly have, like, a fucking Android here. He's not doing FaceTime. He ain't making Skype calls. Nana, purple hat, glasses, diamond-shaped tattoo on forehead. Was it purple? I guess it was. Dirk, long hair, eye patch, blue clothes. Phoenix Wright, spiky hair, blue clothes. Pink necktie. Pink? Really? Is he even in here? No, he's not. Yeah, I mean, the purple's there, sure. I wouldn't call his necktie pink. More like a maroon or a mauve. I wouldn't call that pink. That's like saying Edgeworth is wearing pink. That's one luxurious and comfy looking bed. I've slept on nothing but hard floors since coming to Korean. Can't wait to sleep in a nice soft bed again.
Then take it. It's yours if you wish.
What?
I'll have to clean this room out anyway, now that my father's gone.
But don't you want to keep these things as a memento of your father? Besides, I don't need a spirit haunting me late at night.
Do you suppose if I slept on it, I could see my father once more?
Princess Rafa. I honestly don't know how to answer that. Now she's going to be driven to finish her spiritual training just so she can summon her dad. Wow, that's one gaudy sculpture.
My father sculpted it himself from a block of solid gold.
Why does it not surprise me that he was also a narcissist? Oh, that's what you get out of that? Not the fact that the man's like fucking jacked as shit? Again, we sure that's back pain, like painkillers on the table there? It's pretty detailed. Even included that personal stamp of his. Hey, the stamp's a little loose. Ooh. Look, there's a secret safe inside.
Oh my, to think such a thing was here all this time.
Rats, looks like we'll need a combination to get in. I'm really beginning to wonder what's inside that safe. Any idea what the combination might be, Your Benevolence?
None whatsoever.
Looks like a 4-digit combo lock, so maybe it's a date. But it's probably not anything that would be easy to guess. It's probably just his birthday or something. Well, let's try some dates and see what happens. I wonder what date Igna would use as a combination. DC Act was enacted. Parents' anniversary. Rafa's birthday. When's your birthday, Your Benevolence?
You're wasting your time. It could not possibly be my birthday.
Oh, come on. It's worth a shot.
Fine. It's December 24th.
Christmas Eve? Well, let's give it a try. 1, 2, 2, 4. It opened.
It did?
Yep, and it looks like the bottom safe was a fake. Well, that's a really cool trick. Maybe it wasn't your birthday. Maybe the man just really loves Christmas. You know, it could just be a coincidence. Something meant to mislead would be thieves. Mislead would be thieves, no doubt. Still, it was rendered quite ineffective by his use of such an easily guessed combination.
Why, Father? Why my birth date?
I would think that's obvious, but I guess you didn't really understand your dad very well. He might also be colorblind, you're right. I was thinking that too. Man probably can't see reds very well. That's, well, I guess that's just red-green colorblind, right? That's kind of like the most common one. Sure looks like it was modeled after Inga's suit jacket. Although, okay, when you're red-green colorblind, what usually happens? Because I don't think that means you see them as pink. Doesn't that, like, something different? Like, it's not black and white. That's a completely different thing. But I don't think it's pink either. I think it's like usually reds turn into green, no? That's what I understood it was. I mean, there's obviously different kinds of colorblind, but if we're just talking like the most basic kind, for example here, I imagine they make the chair awfully uncomfortable to sit on.
Actually, they serve to massage the pressure points on his back. My father suffered from terrible back pain, you see.
I wonder if it really works. Well, you can have the chair. She doesn't want it anymore. It's actually kind of clever. Still doesn't look comfortable, though. Oh, we can't click on his stash? Kind of hoping we could click on that. Oh yeah, I guess the documents are important here. Probably should click on those. It's not an Atlantis thing, right? The vision will be different because it's from the victim's perspective. Well, yeah, for sure. I'm just like wondering if that's like if it's possible for color blindness to cause reds to turn into pink. But I don't know really too much about the other kinds of color blindness. Okay, let's see what's in here. Like when I was working at with BioWare, you know, I had to test the colorblind modes, but I only ever test them to be like, do these turn on correctly? And my answer was usually yes. And I mean, any colorblinds I've seen in any video game, it's like, yeah, okay, there's red and green. I guess it's kind of making some of the things slightly more skewed toward that color spectrum, or away from it, I guess. But the other ones are just like, it makes the screen blue, and then the other one makes the screen even more blue. So I don't really know what exactly that does, as I'm not colorblind myself. This looks like a letter or something. Let's see. Dear Father, I wanted to wish you a happy birthday. You're always so kind, and I love you very much. I hope you live to be 100 years old. Love, Rafa.
I wrote this to my father when I was 8 years old. Father, why would you hold on to something so childish and stupid.
There's some other papers in here. Ah. Oh. Well, that's a very spicy paper there. Certainly, that's a bit of a whiplash after that nice heartwarming letter. It's like, yes, letter from my child. Oh, what's this? Assassination plans? You know, wherever every loving father keeps their children's letters, right next to their assassination plans. Once I poison the queen, the throne will be mine. The spiritual power I obtained from the treasure will back up my claim. In the meantime, the secret police are to keep a close watch on Garan. So, I mean, clearly, they both secretly hated each other and wanted to plot to kill each other. So, were they both performing coups d'etats? In secret? I mean, obviously they wanted the throne to themselves. I don't think the queen's innocent on this in one bit. This is the plan for his coup d'etat.
What? Give me that. I don't understand.
It seems Justice Minister Inga was planning the assassination of the queen.
This can't be true. Father would never harm Mother.
Poor Rafa. This has to come as a terrible shock. What's this? There's a photo in here too. Interesting. Where have we seen that person before? It's of a woman and a baby. Wonder who they are. On the far left, there's a law book with the mark of the Defiant Dragons branded on it.
Wait, that's...
Your benevolence?
How can this be?
Do we need to take you to hospital too now? Princess Rafa! Oh, okay, you're fine. She's looking incredibly pale. Your benevolence, are you alright?
Alright. How can I be alright? All that I have believed is all lies.
I'm afraid I don't follow. What are they actually talking about? Can I ask who the woman is in this picture?
How should I know? It seems I didn't know anything that was going on.
Doesn't look like I'm going to get much more out of her while she's like this. Oh, so Trucy and Apollo don't get their big reveal, but we're going to begin this instead?
Mother.
Huh?
I must ask my mother about the secret she is hiding.
What secret?
I must go. Goodbye.
Wait. What was that all about? It's like her mind was off somewhere else. It appears this photo really upset her. I wonder who the lady in this picture is. Wait, that sounds like Albion Sahadu. That's odd. Commoners aren't normally allowed in this area. I wonder what's afoot. Man, out here I was thinking we were never going to see him again. Okay, I guess we're just going outside. Edgeworth! Nice tie, Edgeworth. I hope one of you has a good explanation for this.
I'm so sorry.
Hi, Albie.
No, Sadu, bad dog. Leave the man's frilly thingamajig alone.
If you would kindly detach your dog from my cravat.
Right away, sir. Just hold still and...
not... Stop pulling like that. You only stretch the fabric. Come on, Sadu. Let go of his... cullet. This isn't working. I just have to pull harder. Then... 1, 2... Wait, what are you... 3! Oh no. Come on! Oh, this is bad. Don't look how he's getting choked. Were you trying to kill me? I'm really sorry, mister. My dog has a habit of attacking silly things like that. Maybe for his sake, he should stick to more traditional targets like cars or his tail. What's worse, he snuck in here again today and stole some weird-looking hat. I don't know what to do anymore. Bad dog. You're a very bad dog. Wait a second. I've seen that hat before. Could I see that hat again? Sure. Wait, isn't this Nana's hat? But I thought she disappeared. Maybe she disappeared because she had to go look for it and then got, like, kidnapped or something. I don't know. Sadu swiped it from someone. Albie? How exactly did Sadu get this? Allow me to explain. It all started while we were on a walk through the bazaar today, when suddenly Dads popped out of a manhole. Oh! Fangs of the Defiant Dragons! That's a Revelers here! Say, you wanna join our cause, kid? Huh? Naturally, I was super styled by that weirdo's sudden appearance. Back! Dog of the Grand Regime! Huh? But this is my dog, Sadu. Find Dragon's secret weapon! Dragon's snot saps! Would you just like sneeze him out of his nose? Oh, that's what he meant by snot. I didn't think he was being real. Oh man, look in your face. That was classic. I don't know if you should be sticking firecrackers up your nose. It seems dangerous. Son bang of the firecracker spooked Sadu and he ran off into the crowds. Sadu, come back here. I'll teach you, Grand Slap Dog. You there, what do you think you're doing? Not good. That's when a policeman came running over and hauled Dats away. That happened right around 2 PM if I remember correctly. I'm not even gonna pretend I know what Dats was trying to do. I chased right after Sadu and when I finally caught up with him here in the palace courtyard, he had this in his mouth. Well, 2 o'clock was about the last time Rafa saw her, so that would check out. 2 PM, That's about an hour before the minister's death. Nina supposedly went missing after the murder, but this would place her here at the palace around 2. I'm calling it, she's the culprit. Actually, I just remembered I saw something pretty amazing around that time too. Something amazing? So, Albie, what was it you saw that was so amazing? I saw Your Eminence Queen Karan channeling his spirit. Is it really that big of a deal to see her channeling someone? You bet it is. Commoners are never allowed to behold the sacred rite. Oh? Can you tell me more? Of course. I'm always happy to explain. I believe it's around 2:10 PM today. I got lost on the palace grounds while looking for Sadu. Oh, what is this place? It gives me the creeps. Where could Sadu have gone? In my search, I took a peek into a small room and that's when I saw Queen Karan. She's channeling a spirit for a neighboring kingdom's king. I saw it transform right before my eyes.
I was so excited I had to take a picture of it.
You took a picture?
I know I shouldn't have. I just couldn't help myself.
Between this and the treasure room, Albie's not exactly the picture of self-restraint.
The Italian Wright ended right after that, so I ran off before anyone could spot me.
You could have been arrested again, you know?
Yeah, I know. Anyway, here's a copy of the picture. Just don't tell anyone I was there, the one who took it.
I worry about his future sometimes. Picture taken at around 2 p.m. with the channeling right. Come to think of it, how did you and Sadu get into the royal residence anyway? It's not open to commoners after all.
Allow me to explain. There's a way to get into the palace from the bazaar. It's a bit of a tight squeeze though. Sadu can easily fit, but anyone bigger than me is out of luck.
You don't say.
Yeah, part of the palace as well is damaged, and as a whole I can just make it through.
Go on.
Bet you didn't know that they have some really tasty food here.
Oh, really? Oh, then this isn't your first time here, huh? Trespassing is illegal, you know.
No, it's not like that. I didn't mean any harm.
That's not what trespassing means.
It's just, I wanted to help change this kingdom.
What do you mean?
Well, after Miss Faye's trial, I started thinking, like, maybe there was something I could do to help the revolution too.
Maya's trial, huh? That tragedy only happened because of how twisted Korean's legal system has become. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime.
Yet I had done so, and my wife would rush to my defense. And when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been...
The DC Act led to the false charges against Maya and the High Priest's suicide, but that trial also caused the public to start questioning the current state of things. And it seems even LB has some pretty strong feelings on the matter.
I knew there had to be something I could do to help. That's when I remembered the hole in the palace wall and I started thinking, maybe I could sneak in and take a picture of one of the royals up to no good. I just want to do my part.
The spirit of revolution seems to be catching on even with one so young. Right, the momentum is steadily building, and the tipping point is fast approaching. It's just a matter of when. I agree, and the public's perception of the Fine Dragon seems to be changing too. But Albie, you can't go trespassing like that. Even if it's for a good cause, it's not right.
Okay, I won't do it again.
Albie, is that really all you have to confess? You haven't been up to any other mischief. And when I say you, I mean Chadu.
Huh? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Nice try, Albie, but the proof is literally right in front of us. Am I... Oh, is it the footprints? Are the footprints not part of my... Oh, I guess I just click on them again. Okay, that's different. I don't know if I've ever done that sort of, like, you know, conversation starter before. Or I've had to, like, click on something in the background instead of, like, presenting it. Well, yeah, we click on background things all the time to pick up evidence and progress the plot, but this feels different. Albie, you wouldn't happen to know how this urn got knocked over, would you? Because her benevolence told me something rather interesting.
Be careful. Some dingbat dog got in the courtyard and spilled water over there.
A dingbat dog?
That's right. The yappy mutt spilled a whole urn's worth.
The dingbat dog she mentioned wouldn't happen to be Sadu, would it?
Oh. I guess the dog's out of the bag. Sorry I lied, but I was worried I'd get in trouble. I know I shouldn't lie to a lawyer like that.
No, it's not good to lie to anyone like that. So, let's try to only tell the truth, okay, Albie?
Oh, Mr. Wright, I almost forgot. I saw a couple of Americans a moment ago. They had a really weird haircut, so I thought they might be friends of yours.
Wow. Okay. Not the fact that they're American, but the fact that they had weird haircuts. That's what tipped you off. Really now? It seems your little friend thinks all of us Americans have strange hairstyles. I suppose we have you to thank for that, right? So, what exactly did their hair look like?
There was a guy with 2 crops of hair sticking out of his forehead like antenna. And then there was this lady with a long bunch of hair that looked like a big orange spider leg.
What the fuck? I've never heard of it being described like that before, but okay.
Oh, that sounds like Apollo and Athena.
What were they doing?
They were racing through the bazaar with the Grand Royal Guard in hot pursuit.
Wait, what? Why were they being pursued? I'm not sure, but I have my suspicions. I just hope they're all right. Well, okay, I mean, it's like a side ponytail. I can kind of see it. It does have like a bend in it. Is she in the court record? Like, it goes up and then like back down. I guess.
Sorry for not mentioning it before. It kind of slipped my mind.
It's also not like the ponytail, you know, swishes in the air or anything. Hers is pretty stiff. You know, legs don't really swish in the air either.
Those guys sure are persistent. Yeah, Nathan wore me out, and that doesn't happen often.
Why are they after us anyway?
Apollo, it's the Royal Guards again. Quick, hide.
Go into the manhole. They can't find you there, right? Hey, where'd horn-headed spider hair go? Oh, wow, okay. The spider thing's apparently a pretty common comparison here.
Spidey hair? They're not talking about me, are they?
Is that a trick question? We know you're hiding somewhere around here.
Apollo, that weird-looking bird over there. Did it just...
Yeah, it did. It's called a warbad, and you know what? I'll tell you all about it later, when we're not being chased by masked men. Come out, wherever you are! Hand over the Founder's Orb if you know what's good for you! Thanks after the orb.
I want to know what they'd do to us if we were captured. They'd grill us in those obnoxious loud voices. Cave after the first hour and confess whatever they wanted, truth or no.
Come out now, you foreign devils! This has gone far enough! You must keep remnants waiting any longer! Yeah, like, her hair goes, like, I don't know how far away. Does it go down to, like, her waist or something? It's kind of insane. I mean, my hair's almost that long, too, but weirdly enough, if I tried tying it to a ponytail, it'd look like shit. But we gotta get out of here. Must be a safe place to hide somewhere. Yeah, look at that. That's going well below her waist. Great, now I can't unsee it. Thanks. The game did this. Not even anyone else. The game did this. Okay, I think I know what we're doing here. Look, a manhole. That's right. Say, son, do you remember my office? Sure. I remember that messy, dimly lit room. File of the mass on Amara's assassination is kept there. I think it might help you on this case. Do you remember how to get there?
Athena, I know where we can hide. Follow me. Oh, where are we going? Well, wait, you're not seriously thinking about going down there. It smells like rotten eggs. Those rats I hear?
Got no choice. I can get us somewhere safe, but this is the only way in. Quick, before it's too late.
It's going to take forever to get this stench out of my hair.
Looks like we lost him. That was close. Dirk's office. How long has it been since I last set foot in here? At least we're safe now, but... Why is Athena all huddled over in the corner like that? Dats!
AJ, what the heck are you doing here?
Grant's Royal Guards are after us.
Once a rebel, always a rebel. Don't worry, the regime doesn't know about this place, so you can relax now.
Good, but since when am I part of the rebellion? I don't recall signing up. Mr. Wright, what are you doing here? We saw you two go into that manhole. You nearly escaped the guard's notice. How did Edgeworth feel about coming down here? It was like watching a pair of ostriches burying their heads in the sand. I guess that was a closer shave than I had thought. Anyway, you're safe and sound now, and that's what really counts. Oh, I also have some evidence for you. Thanks, Mr. Wright. Oh, okay, we just get all the case evidence he collected. I figure this is probably going to be an Apollo case at the end of the day. Well, actually, is it though? We did Apollo earlier versus Wright. Are we? Maybe, I don't know. We'll see what happens here. It'll be something special, I'm sure. So, what is this dubious hovel we found ourselves in anyway? It's the Defiant Dragon safe house, also known as the former Submighty Law offices. I see. Well, though it might just be happenstance, here I am, a chief prosecutor, hiding out in a rebel base. Please don't report this place to local police, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Might as well take a look around while we're waiting for the heat to die down out here. It's the Apollo Justice Trilogy? I don't know, cool. If it could have fooled me with the last two games. Come on, Athena. Stop moping over there and help me check this place out.
Please tell me there's a shower here.
There's a sink in the kitchen. And if you're lucky, maybe even some soap.
I'm sorry I even asked.
Alright, let's see what we have around here. Actually, can we talk to him first? Should I do that first, maybe? So, Dats, are you guys still using this office, I see?
Yep, except now it's the official HQ of the Defiant Dragons. Buzz Dirk said, and I quote, "We must keep it for the day when Kudin leads lawyers once more."
Restoring the legal system to its rightful form through popular uprising. You can tell how much Dirk believes in his cause.
Oh, and AJ, Dirk said something else that might interest you. He said he hopes you'll come back and take over this office someday.
Take over? Me?
Those are his words. He may have been half joking, though.
Game 4 is totally Apollo? Ah. See, I don't know if I agree with that, is the thing. Game 4 was like Apollo, kind of. Yeah, we were playing as Apollo. It really felt like a Phoenix story, though, at the end of the day. He was only doing it to save Phoenix, and then at the very end, in the final case, that was all Phoenix. Calling that an Apollo game is, I mean, yeah, it says it on the box, I guess. But, I don't know, Apollo hasn't really had a game yet. This one's like the first time it felt like he actually had a game. Kind of. Half a game. Depending how you want to split these cases.
Dirk, guess what I heard from CW? AJ's becoming a lawyer.
Yeah, I've been meaning to tell you.
Was it because of you, Dirk?
I'm not so sure about that. I imagine he's already forgotten about me.
What are you talking about? I bet you can't wait to follow in your footsteps.
Nothing would make me happier. Maybe one day he'll return to Korean and take over this office. It's just a pipe dream, though. Yeah, it's called Apollo Justice, just like how Game 5 and 6 is called Phoenix Wright. Actually, it's called Ace Attorney, but same difference at that point. Dirk really said that?
Dirk was never a hands-on kind of dad, but not a day went by and wasn't thinking of you. That much I'm sure of.
Doesn't get more paternal than that. Dirk, I think I really did spend my days trying to forget you. Looking forward to a nice long talk once you're free. There's a scary-looking knife sticking out of the Queen's picture. If anyone saw this, they'd think the Defiant Dragons were a violent group. Would they be wrong? Oh, that was actually me trying to kill a fly. I threw that knife at it, but whiffed, and the thing ended up stuck right between her eyes. You mean this wasn't on purpose? Why was it tied to a dartboard in the first place? Is that even a dartboard? I don't know what that's supposed to be. It looks like a dartboard. What's with the altar? It's where we pay our respects to the victims of the Defense Culpability Act. DC Act is a heinous law that puts innocent people to death. Well, that's supposed to protect the people, sends them to their graves instead. Talk about insane. And because Game 5 and 6 realized they would ruin the branding if they kept kept with Phoenix Wright in the title. Yeah, I mean, Ace Attorney makes more sense, I think. I think it was a mistake to call it Phoenix Wright in the first place. Even in like America, because it was never called that in Japan. It's never had naming problems in Japan. But even so, it's like, I don't know. Despite him being on the box, I don't know how I feel about calling it an Apollo Justice game. Who's the kid? Oh, that guy? Yeah, don't worry about him.
Wait a second, that's you, Apollo. I'd recognize those horns anywhere.
Is that really the only way anybody recognizes me?
You're so cute. Who's that fine-looking young man?
That's the Yuta back when he used to smile.
Wow, this smells absolutely angelic.
Sure brings back memories. That was taking the day we all went out fishing.
What was Prosecutor Samadhi like when he was younger?
He was kind of quiet but passionate when it came to his convictions. When finally made prosecutor, he was all fired up to change Kudin for the better. But now he's nothing more than Grant's lackey. Seems like Dad has a lot to say about Yuta. I'll ask him about his thoughts later.
Yo, anything in the fridge?
Kinda hungry. It's nice to see so many appliances here. It's even a TV. Speaking of which, we gave the people of Kudin quite a shock. When The Plume Punisher, War of Neo Twilight Realm was last on TV. You mean that show where the actors played the parts of Dirk and Rafa? You hijacked that in the middle of its broadcast, right? Yep. All their writers do each week is try to ruin the Defiant Dragon's good name. So we decided to hit him where it hurts. That must have been real shocking, especially for the kids who'd waited all week to see it. I mean, the show's main villain is actually hijacking the very show he's in.
Ew, is that a newt?
Athena, can't you tell a gecko when you see one?
What's the difference?
Geckos like to live in houses while newts prefer to be outside near water. They're totally different creatures.
Well, how do you know this one wasn't caught outside near some water? Could very well be a gecko.
No, I'm pretty sure it's a newt.
Oh, so then you agree it's a newt, Apollo?
Fell right into a trap. Duck season! Wabbit season!
You're both wrong. It's just a plain old lizard. Can this be the theme of the next trilogy? They just argue over geckos and newts instead of ladders and step ladders?
Side Mighty Lavises. That's a sign Dirk used to display out front. Hey, Dats. I heard the office used to do quite a bit of business. That it did. Dirk was a famous lawyer with countless courtroom victories after all. He was the dauntless dragon who turned trials upside down. Statue victory for the jaws of defeat. His fame as a lawyer spread far and wide across Korea back in the day. I hope the day comes when he can proudly display the sign again.
Yeah, we're getting to the ladder. Don't worry. I'm hoping we get some juicy conversation off that ladder.
What's with all the spider web stats? Did you ever clean the place? Not the webs. We have what we call a symbiotic relationship. They catch the bugs that get in here, and I don't clean them up. You know, that actually makes a lot of sense.
It's not a bad idea, given the state of this place.
Dirk's jacket. You should try it on, Apollo. Might actually suit you.
Really? There's also a spare eye patch in here. Wanna try it on too?
Oh, please, please. We're to court.
Sorry. Just pitching you and all that. It's just too funny.
I wonder if she's also picturing his injuries from earlier, from last year. Ow, my pride.
Wonder what's in this file. Oh, it's full of newspaper clippings.
The arson incident involved Amara's private residence. Amara was slipped a sleeping pill and perished in the fire. The lighter found at the scene had Dirk's fingerprints on it. Ah. Seems to be a collection of documents and information on Amara's assassination. So this is what Dirk was talking about.
I already know most of the stuff here up top. Let's see what else there is. Wow, where'd he get all this? Anything important here?
Paulo's roving musician father got caught up in this incident and lost his life. He was struck in the head by the culprit. The victim's passport and any pictures of him were burned up in the fire. Without knowing his real name, no divination seance could be performed. Oh.
What about this? Paulo's roving musician father got caught up in this incident and lost his life. What? This is about your father, Apollo.
So click the ladder first. This looks like progress. No, I think we'll be fine, right? I haven't clicked everything. Because I still have to talk to Dats. I'm pretty sure we got a question for Dats unlocked. So I'm sure it'll let us still click around. I think we're fine. I was trying to save the best for last. I'm pretty sure we'll be okay. But I was never told much more than what's written here.
Really? How come?
Dirk always skated around the subject. Maybe he thought I was still too young. Plus, I always thought of Dirk as my dad, so I never really brought it up.
Oh, I see. Still, I feel kind of sorry for your real dad.
My real dad. I was never really interested in learning about him. But after seeing his picture, can't help but feel a little curious. Wonder if Dads could tell me anything about him.
Apollo, this file looks like it might be useful. There's so many pages I can't tell what's important.
We need someone to help organize all of this. I think I know just the person to ask. See, we're fine. We're fine. Alright, I'll click on it now, just in case.
Wait. Don't tell me we have to go back through the manhole to get out of here.
The only reason this safe house is still safe is because the front door has been boarded up.
Fine. Then I'll just have to live here until the revolution begins.
What if I told you rats come out at night?
Then we'll just have to start the revolution before sundown.
I bet the revolution never thought it'd get a new ally this way. Darn. No, no ladders. Wasn't there an achievement in this collection for, like, ladders and shit? Did I miss ladders? There is. I don't know if we've, like, if there's gonna be more later. Well, we do still have one more case to get through, so maybe. This is Dirk's old law book. I mean, I still haven't gotten the achievement for the plant. I think... Did I get the achievement for plant? Maybe we did. I feel like I remember that popping at some point. No? No, I don't think we had the plant achievement either, so I'm sure we'll probably get something in the next one. Yeah, we don't have the plant achievement either. I mean, there's always the chance I missed something, but...
Look, there's a mark on the cover. Looks like it was branded with a hot iron.
Yeah, I think it was done in protest against the Defense Culpability Act. There's an entry on the DC Act right here, see? Yeah, I feel like I probably missed a ladder or something, so I don't know if we're gonna get any more ladder conversations. The plant, though, I'm, like, certain I did everything, because unless it was game 4 that I didn't click around the office. But I think you told me about the achievement pretty early on, so I don't think I missed anything. If I missed something, it probably would have been in game 4. In the name of Her Eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty.
Oh, so this is the famous anti-lawyer law you guys are always talking about.
Alright, I think that's it.
Yeah, see, we still have to talk to Dats, so I figured we'd be fine.
Dats, wasn't Nayuta once part of the Defiant Dragons? Yup. Yuri was a rising star in the resistance. He vowed to fight for the cause through the legal system. Say he become a prosecutor and give Inga and Gran the smackdown they deserve. But now he's... yeah, the puppet of the Grand regime. Not only that, but now he's gonna prosecute his own dad. Doesn't add up.
I wonder what happened to him.
Me too. But if I had to guess, I'd say Gran has some serious leverage over him. Leverage? Like what? Wish I knew. Seems like Dirk knows. I tried to press him about it, but he wouldn't say. Come to think of it, Dirk did say. Nayuta is suffering? Yes, he knows the rightful state of Korean's legal system, but something forces him to bend to Gran's will. It's tearing him apart. That's the case. I bet Nayuta doesn't really want to go through with Dirk's prosecution.
Can ask him about the files, maybe? Actually, wait, no DLC 100% has a ladder and plant. Oh, okay. So I guess we won't know for sure if I missed something until basically we finish the game anyways. I mean, I won't go back for the achievement, but at this point I'm just kind of curious. I'm more so curious if I manage to get it or not. It would just be... I'm just interested if I do end up managing to get it. So I was wondering if like we've passed the point of no return or not. But if the DLC does have another opportunity for both, then I guess we won't know yet until that case.
That's about this file. Can you help me figure out which pages are the most relevant? Yup, sure can. I got the whole thing memorized. See this page? It's definitely worth a look.
As the son of the terrorist Dirk, Nayuta was expelled from the royal family. The idea that the sins of the father are visited upon his children is deeply rooted in the minds of the Kuranese people. Y'all telling me that Nayuta was in royal family earlier. Telling me I was wrong.
Oh, that's right. Prosecutor Samani was part of the royal family, wasn't he?
Yup, but he was expelled after that whole thing with Dirk happened. Must have gone through hell once he entered the legal world, though.
I don't know. Someone in chat was like, was denying, or not denying, didn't believe me, didn't think I was right. Common sense would dictate that he was. It was pretty easy to piece that one together. Look at the foe that made Rafa upset. Well, yeah, I mean, that was Nayuta in there as a baby, right? Anyone could see that. Do I have that photo? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I mean, obviously. It's not even just the photo. I pieced it together before that when we were in the chamber in the tomb with the murals. As soon as it was revealed that Dirk married the queen, then it was pretty clear that Nayuta, being his blood son, meant that he had to be like a prince at some point. Didn't need to be confirmed. Anyone could have seen it. Now, the surprise here being him expelled from the family, that I couldn't have seen coming.
Because the whole sins of the father visit upon his children thing. Yup, in the eyes of the people, Dirk is not only a traitor to his kingdom, he's also a terrorist who assassinated the previous queen. So as his son, Yuri no doubt got the cold shoulder at every turn. That was really hard on him. Yeah, ties between father and son aren't something you could break, even if you tried. No matter where he went, he was probably labeled the son of a criminal. But despite it all, he made a name for himself through blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, just look at him now. He's a star prosecutor working cases around the globe. He's become a hero, pride and joy of Korean. Now that's the Nayuta I know. Super smart and never willing to give in. He must have studied and fought like his life depended on it to get where he is today.
Anything else? Nope. else? Should we present this to him? I mean, we've talked about this before with him.
Mark of the Dragon. That's the symbol of our group, the Defiant Dragons. Dirk has the same mark tattooed on his palm of his hand, right? Yep, and I've got one too. Really? Where? On my heart. Oh, you mean metaphorically. Like you're ready to die for any time for the cause or something like that. You got that right. Dead or alive, I'll always be the Defiant Dragon. I thought he was gonna like say no. And then he like just rips open his chest and shows his heart. Like, I was thinking for a second he was gonna be like, no, I actually got it tattooed to my heart. And then, like, hands me, like, an x-ray or something. You know anything about this? Oh, guess he does. What? Do you know something about this? Oh, damn it. That really had me going for a second there, too. I don't know what else is relevant here. Can we present this picture? No? Okay. I feel like he would know something about it, but, you know. Are we done here then? I can't move, so no? Okay, we searched everything, so I need to find something to present to him. Should I present this to him? No? I don't know if this is this relevant? Oh, this is relevant, okay. Want to ask you about this picture. That's a picture of your pops that Dirk found. And he had a heck of a time tracking it down. Said he searched all over for it. Why? Why would he go through all that trouble?
Please tell us everything you know about Apollo's dad.
There we go, that's what we were looking for.
Do you know what my biological father was like? Dirk once told me about him. Said he was a modern minstrel, walking the world and making music in his travels.
This file has some information on your real dad. It says he died in the blaze at Queen Amara's residence 23 years ago.
That's right. Dirk can invite him over. Dirk's the kind of guy who can become fast friends with just about anyone. And it seems your pops was like that too, AJ. They hit it off at a bar. The next thing you know, Dirk's asked him over to play some tunes. And then the place went up in flames. Yeah, Dirk just stepped out for a sec when the fire broke out. Apollo, you were there too, but you were still just a baby. I remember hearing about that when I was little. Yeah, it was a crying shame. Pops just having to take you along that day. So you were there with him when the fire broke out. But Dirk risked his life to save you.
It's like Dirk's done nothing but save me all my life.
All your pop's stuff got burned up, including anything that could have helped us identify him.
I'm guessing a big part of this case is going to be like the same like with Edgeworth in 1-4. This is going to be Apollo's equivalent of that. He's going to get closure for his past. You know, something that probably should have happened in the first game with Apollo. Just saying. I mean, I guess his mom kind of, but like that was so flimsy.
All we know about him at first was his stage name, Jangly Justice or something like that. Dirk did everything he could just to dig up what little we know now.
What about my mother? Do you know anything about her?
All we know is that she's traveling with your pops. But that day she was off doing something on her own.
So then she probably didn't even know my father had been with Dirk, huh?
She must have been desperate to find you and your father once you gone missing.
No doubt, but the Queen's assassination threw the kingdom into chaos. Police were so overwhelmed they were probably hardly of any help to her. We searched and searched her until our legs gave out, too, but we never found her. With your father's stuff all burned up, we had zero leads. Not even a photo.
So that's how I became an orphan.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe your mom read about the details of the fire in the newspaper. And maybe she figured you'd die along with your pops.
I had no idea you'd been through all that, Apollo.
Okay, did we found out who his mom was in 4, right? Or no? Didn't we? That was the singer, right? Or like we were led to believe it was the singer at the end? I'll kind of check out
She was also like traveling with her husband, who was a guitar player. That would explain why she hired the kid after. Yeah, it was the singer. But I mean, obviously he didn't know that at the time.
A poor son, imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. Let's petition the government for his release and declaration of innocence.
What? Who's that? Hey there, Missing Me. Hard work, I see. Is she like working on her ventriloquism or something?
Yes, I have my own battle that I must wage. After all, there are many who suffer under the Defense Culpability Act.
Oh, just random people.
Mrs. Me, don't forget about our case too. I won't. I will look into it as soon as I am able.
What's Mrs. and Me doing here?
She's lending an ear to all those suffering under the regime's wrongful accusations. Lady whose husband has been imprisoned. Parents whose son's been falsely charged. Except all those types of people.
Yeah, no, I know Apollo doesn't know that. That is, Apollo doesn't know anything about his parents, which I think is just like, that's why I felt that ending of his game just felt so lackluster. Like, there was no closure whatsoever to that game. That ending sucked. I actually do think Apollo Justice is probably one of my least favorite entries in the series. So she's trying to help the revolution along, in her own special way. The only thing saving Apollo Justice is the gameplay, because it has more gameplay than Dual Destinies did. But Dual Destinies was more interesting.
Yep, and thanks to her, more and more folks are coming over to our side. All the people who've been unhappy with the regime have been waiting for just this chance. They're starting to speak out in support of us. People are responding. The grassroots movement is growing. Their extreme of revolution may finally come true.
What should we do about the Founder's Orb? We'll probably run into the Royal Guards again the moment we leave this place.
Well, we can't stay here forever, so we'll have to think of something.
I've got it.
Why don't you hold on to it, Dads? It should be safe here, right?
You can count on me. I'll get back to you in time for tomorrow's trial at the Hall of Justice.
I don't know. I mean, look, I'm just going back and thinking on it. It's like, I realized that game didn't really have any plot. There was like nothing to 4. Or are you talking about 5? 5, I mean, I'm not saying 5 was good. 5 also kind of sucked because it didn't have any gameplay, but the plot was at least a little more interesting, and like the individual cases were good. I did like the cases. That game also had like a flimsy, flabby plot that didn't go anywhere. Ooh, oh, it's the Dark Age of the Law. We saw nothing. There was no Dark Age of the Law. It's just people acting like normal in Phoenix Wrightville. Both of those games had shit overarching plots. I mean, at least like Bobby was cool. That was like the best part of 5. Which one? Dual Destinies or 4? Because I was probably referring to something very specific, because I was complaining about the whole overarching plot of 5 like the entire time we were playing that game. 4? I mean, it was good, sort of, but like looking back, it's like this game had no story. Okay, so I've been putting together like a list of my thoughts on all the games, because I'm gonna make a proper list. When we finish this series, I'm gonna reveal a list. I'm gonna make a list. But I was like thinking back to it's like, man, Apollo really got shafted in his own game, didn't he? And like, yeah, the individual cases were nice. They were fine. I enjoyed them in the moment. But thinking back, it's like, there's no Apollo plot here. I feel there was no real character development, and like the whole reveal at the end, it was all of Phoenix in the end. He did everything. He saved the day. In Apollo's game. Like, why? It plays like the first trailer, but looking at this, yeah, minimal Apollo. Yeah, like, especially now with this context, it's like, holy shit, look at all this cool shit that Apollo's doing, and how much better this is for Apollo.
Even in 5, and this game too, it's like, where was all this in 4? Why didn't we get any of this in 4? They did such a good job with 3, and having a plot in that game, and then 4 comes along, and it's like, Apollo is here. Phoenix is also here too, I guess. And then by the end, it's like, oh, Phoenix saves the day again. He fixes everything, even though he's somehow not even a lawyer anymore. But he still somehow did it. How did he get like the ability to do all those things? Like him setting up the whole jury thing, which we never got to see anyways. That was like barely a part of the plot. That was there just to set up the case at the start, and then like the final thing at the end because they had to use it, I guess. They had to remember that it existed. What now, Apollo? Well, we gotta handle what happened 23 years ago. Maybe we should pay Dirk a visit. Something I want to show him. Don't worry, we'll have a nice big discussion after we finish the final case of Great Ace Attorney 2. I'll join you. I want to talk to him before tomorrow's trial. Maybe I should wait here then. We'll attract undue attention if we go in too large of a group. Alright, let's get out of here. Like, okay, so I was thinking long and hard how if I was to make a list and present it on stream, how I'd want to do it. And I was like having a hard time deciding if I wanted to do it per game or per case. I did ultimately decide per case because if I was to do it per game, despite all my like contrivances with each of the games, there wouldn't really be much of a list because at the end of the day, they're all good games. I liked all of them for different reasons, and some of them I had problems with for various reasons. But at the end of the day, they're all like good games. Like it's like when I complain about Mario games. Which I don't know how much I've done that on stream, probably a few times. But there's a lot of Mario games that I hate for being Mario games. I still think they're good games. Fucking 3D World, probably my least favorite Mario game, and I think it kind of sucks as a Mario game. Still a great platformer. So if I was to make a list of Mario games, there wouldn't really be much of a list because they'd all still be at the top anyways. So I decided to do it per case, which does kind of it had the con of like you can't really talk about the story, but I've got that in mind too. But I decided to make I'm gonna make a list per case. And I'm gonna rank every single case that we've done, every last one of them. I think that's gonna make a much better list, a much more interesting list. Yo, Pirates! Thanks for the raid. How's it going, everyone? Oh, what did I miss in chat here? 5 has balanced Athena and Apollo and Nick. Yeah, 5 was definitely trying to make up for 4 and how it went with Apollo, and I think they definitely tried to do a better job. A little bit of growing pains, you know, trying to juggle 3 different attorneys, but they didn't do a bad job. 5 felt like an Athena game. I think Athena had a really good story arc in 5, and same with Simon. Simon was also really good. Simon and Athena were definitely the stars of that game, in my opinion. How about case and then overgame? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. My current, like, I have a spreadsheet right now. I'm giving like each case a ranking, but then I'm also making a blurb about the games. I might make a list of the games just because, but I honestly, like, the list of the game would be so pointless. So I would definitely want to talk about the overarching, because I think that is important. Because like I think for a lot of these games, yeah, the individual cases can be really fun, and I can like a lot of the characters. But like then you go and look at the overarching plot or like the gameplay of them, and it's like, man, this was disappointing, or this was really good. So yeah, I'm kind of doing both. But I'm going to focus on the, I want to focus, the list itself, tier list ranking itself is going to be just on the cases. Every last case that we've done. I did my best to like remember all the things that happened and like what I thought about the early ones. So hopefully I'm not too wrong about that, because it was a while ago and I only started this list like 2 days ago. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But, you know, when we finish, like from now on, as I finish each case, I'm going to write down my thoughts so they're fresh at least. Yeah, some games have really good peak cases, but then the overall themes suck, or vice versa. Exactly. 11 games, 4 to 5 cases a game. Yeah, there's a lot of them. I mean, even if I had
fresher memories of all the games. Like I'd be there's still a lot of cases, so it's like trying to remember everything that happened in each. It's like, which one was this one? There's gonna be a special slot for you know which case. Don't worry. I'll make sure that one goes right there at the bottom. Hey there, son. Keen to see your old man again? Hi, Dirk. Guess they're done questioning you. Yeah, you'd think the Yuta might have cut his old man a little slack, but no. Honestly, I would rewatch the original trilogy again if it was too long ago. Yeah, I mean, I've been looking up, like, I looked up, like, the plots of them and, like, oh yeah, this is what happened, and that kind of helped. Honestly, like, if really, at the end of the day, if puzzle-wise, if I don't remember where I was having problems with puzzles or the bullshit, I mean, there's a few times here and there I was like, okay, come on, this is dumb. But to me, that's, like, so minor at the end of the day, because I was like, okay, well, the entire series is doing this to some extent. But there's definitely a few where I was like, this is actually memorable because the puzzles were shit. And I've definitely remembered those. So those ones I made special note of. Because it's like, well, if I can even remember them now, then they were stupid. And but like the rest of them where it's like, oh, where it's like one or two little things like, oh, well, it said this thing, but it like was actually this thing. And it's like, I don't care about that. You know, if that happens like once in a while, it's like, you know, okay, whatever, one or two puzzles here. Ace Attorney is super hard to rank or anything. I kind of see it all as one thing, so it feels weird speaking about each game separately. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing too, is like, that's something I was actually considering too. It's like, playing these games back to back is definitely gives one a different view of the games than just like playing any random Ace Attorney game, you know, just because they feel like it. Like something like what we had, well, it was with this case, or it was with this episode. The last half of the first half of this episode, us getting to finally see Apollo versus Phoenix. I even mentioned this on stream. Someone who just plays Ace Attorney 6, like on its own, it's like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool, I guess. But if you're playing the entire series, and you've been playing, like, you know, Apollo's games 4 and 5 as well, and you get up to that point, it's like, holy shit, this is sick. You know, there's definitely a bit of a change in opinion, because I've been playing the entire series like back to back for the last, how long has it been? Like 2 years almost now? Probably a little more than that. If Big Top isn't at the bottom, I'm going to do nothing because I don't care too much. Big Top, don't worry. Big Top's getting the Big Top ranking for being Big Top. Because boy, that one sucked. That you want examples of like me calling the puzzle stupid? I will never forget Big Top and how stupid its puzzles were. Please no Big Top slander. Okay. I didn't mind the story. I don't really care for circuses, so that alone is making me biased against it. But I didn't mind the story. I liked Mo. Mo was kind of fun. But the puzzles, that's what I'm ranking that one on. The puzzles were so stupid and the logic was so ridiculous. Even for Phoenix Wright, I was not having any of that on that one. I will even take the contrivance of 3/5's bridge swing. That I can believe, but not 2 3s. Played all 11 in 1 year, that's probably why it feels hard to separate them. Yeah, I mean, I'm playing them a little slower than that because I've been streaming them for... I mean, again, I don't know how... When was, like, the first stream of Phoenix Wright 1? I think that was, like, 2024. Early 2024, I think. So, I've been playing them... It's been about 2 years. We're probably going to be going... I'm predicting we're probably going to finish the series around March. Maybe a little earlier than that, because we still have... like 1 case left here. We still have the trial for this case. We still have another case after it. And then we have, like, what is it, 10 more cases with the Great Ace Attorney? So I'm predicting, like, around March is when we're finishing. So definitely a bit of a slower pace for sure.
Yeah, Case 5 Part 1 hits hard when you've already played the other game. Exactly. Like, if you just played 6 because it's like, oh man, Ace Attorney, I've always wanted to try Ace Attorney. Let me play the newest one. 6. You know, we're talking like, 3DS circa 2016 kind of thing. And then you see that's like, oh, that's interesting, I guess. But it's like, you don't have the attachment to either of those characters, like someone who's played the 5 other preceding games. Yeah, you'd think Nayuta might have cut his old man a little slack, but no. He really laid into me. Seems they're really keen on recovering the Founder's Orb. When I wouldn't tell them where he confiscated what few possessions I had left. Wait, Dirk's not wearing his attorney's badge. They even took that from him? Can they legally do that? I mean, it's not like they outlawed attorneys. They just made attorneys, like, really discouraged. And risky to be one. Confiscate all my prized jailbreaking tools. What did you expect? I mean, no prosecutor in the right mind would let a prisoner keep stuff like that. Did you take your attorney's badge too? No, I thought it's strange, but... What? Excuse me? Okay, alright. Alright. In the game's defense, it's Apollo postulating that they took his badge. And now he's here saying no, they didn't. Alright, fine. I'll give that's fine. I'm not gonna say anything then. Just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind. Okay, alright. Never mind. I wonder why. Indeed. I find it hard to understand anything he does these days. Your Kearney's attorney's badge. You've worn it all these years, even though all the lawyers are gone. Yes, because the dragon's eye is the embodiment of my creed. To show the world that a dragon never yields, huh? Hey, Dirk. Why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right? This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream, not until my very last breath. Dragon never yields, right? Exactly. Nayuta, Apollo, I vow to restore Korean's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny. I was always saying stuff like that to the two of us. Nayuta, is the reason why you didn't take Dirk's badge because you still remember those talks too? Really hope that's what it is. Son, would you keep my badge for me? Are you sure? I can't take something so important to you. That's exactly why I want you to hold on to it, Apollo. I'm placing my faith into your hands. Alright, I'll make sure it stays safe. See, also there's like the parallel between Nayuta and Apollo, just to go back to like the series talk for a second again, feels so much closer to like Phoenix and Edgeworth than whatever they were trying to do with Clavier back in 4. I still don't like, I don't know. Just as an introduction game, having someone like Nayuta would have made way more sense, and I think would have been way better in that game. Alright, what are we presenting to him? I guess we'll start with the books. I prepared that myself. Use it well. I'm surprised you're able to gather this much information. It wasn't easy. After all of the evidence from the assassination was lost in the fire, and the newly installed Grand Regime was in full control of the media. Every lead I tried to follow led to a dead end. Feels like they kind of copied Edgeworth's story a little bit. Well, yeah, a little bit, but that's what I mean. Like, I think they should have. They should have done more of that back in 4. That's what they should have done. That's what I'm saying. Like, we need a Nayuta. I think would have been way better. Like, having a Nayuta type character for Apollo would have been way better back in 4 than Clavier, who had like no relation to Apollo really. Just he was doing his own thing. Like it felt like just any other like prosecutor. Well, yeah, but even like the other prosecutors have some connection to Phoenix. The first 3 games, every single prosecutor had some connection to Phoenix in some way. No matter how tedious it was. But Clavier just felt like his own thing. But then game 5 comes along. We get Simon, who has a direct connection to Athena, and it works great. And now in this game, we get Nayuta, who has a direct connection to Apollo, and it works great. But Clavier, as much as I liked him in a vacuum as a prosecutor, just story-wise, it was just, there was nothing there. So how am I supposed to solve this case? You'll figure something out once tomorrow's trial is underway. After all, no one's looked into this assassination since my last trial. Hope I can turn things around enough to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Careful with that. Don't go showing it around town. You'll be branded a rebel. But I'm not a rebel. Don't be ridiculous. You're a member of the Defiant Dragon simply by being my son. Or did you think that dragon tattoo in your rear end was just for show? What? What? You have a tattoo on your butt, Apollo? Let me see. Relax, Athena. He's just jerking our chains again. Can't tell if Apollo's being serious or not. Won't know until we see it. Time to drop pan, Apollo. Let's all see it. We're all adults here. It's fine. My attorney's badge. You don't see those around here anymore? It's not exactly something you can wear publicly, is it? Yeah, and if you did, people would jeer and throw things at you. I've had tomatoes, cabbages, even eggs thrown at me. That sounds awful. At least they didn't throw rocks. Honestly, maybe this is a hot take, but as someone who has been egged multiple times as a kid, I would have rather had rocks. You know how hard it is to get egg stink out of clothing? It took months to get rid of all the egg stink out of the clothes when I got egged. Months of washing. I would have rather had stones thrown at me. At least you get a little bloody, get healed up, fine. Blood easily comes out of clothes. Much easier than egg stink. That shit sucked. I did nothing. I just had new, like, we were like, it was like 8 years old. I'm hanging with my friends. I just had shit, you know, kids do shit things. Kids do dumb shit to each other. They thought it was funny. I didn't think it was so funny. It was just kids doing dumb things, you know, like all the things that 8-year-olds do to each other. Yeah, multiple times. Well, I don't know. I think they found like some robin eggs or something around. I don't know what it was. It wasn't chicken eggs. It was like robin eggs. Like tiny little things. They just, I don't know where he got them from. But he just like slammed them into my face. And like my clothes would stink for months. Because kids do dumb things and they think it's funny. They were laughing all the way for like half an hour while I ran home. It was horrible. But they thought it was the funniest shit they've ever done. True. Plus, if you were good at catching things, you'd have the start of a good meal. What? It's true. An hour's walk can yield you all you need for a nice big hot pot. Dirk, I'm sorry I never knew how bad things were when you were raising us. Yeah, he just thought it was a... Guy thought it was a funny prank. Slammed me with some eggs. It was like dripping down my face. Still wonder where he got 'em from, because like there was no robins around. Like you'd have to climb a tree for that. What else are we presenting here? Badge, this, that. That was all just like fluff. We don't present this. No, I guess that was nothing. All right. Getting ahead of the game here, apparently. Thought you'd want to talk about his wife. Oh, maybe the pendant. Do you know anything about this? Found this in the tomb. Look familiar? Oh, that's right, yeah, because I think this was supposed to be his. That's... Dirk? Where did you find it? Down between the monk statues in the tomb. Is it yours, Dirk?
Oh, it's something I bought. Why is he suddenly acting all awkward? I wonder when I lost it. Let's have it. It's very important to me. Of course. I'll just make a note about it for future reference. Seems it belongs to Dirk, stained with the victim's blood. Yep. Apollo, remember how Inga said he had something dear to Dirk? Why don't you ask about that? Oh, right. I'll give it a try. Coco Gadget little bracelet. If only. Or, you know, Phoenix is standing right there. No Magatama readings there, Phoenix? What did the minister mean when he said he had someone dear to you in the palm of his hand? Who's he talking about? The Yuta seemed to know, but he wouldn't tell me anything. Well, I have no idea, so... Well, you obediently followed his every word after he said that. So it seems to me the minister was in close proximity to someone you really cared about. Oh, someone you really care about that isn't the Yuta? Wait, don't tell me. Is there a new lady in your life, Dirk? What? No, don't be ridiculous, son. The love of my life was Amara, but she's gone now, and there will never be another. Yeah, there it is. My bracelet. Wait, does this mean... Dirk, have you really not met someone new? You know, one thing I'll never forget Apollo Justice for, though, is 4-4 and doing, you know, that puzzle. That one instance of this. Look at his hand. Does he have his other hand here? Oh, his other hand's trembling. Oh, it's trembling for a second there. Shit. Okay, I found it. Have to wait for it to wrap around. Nothing will ever be as memorable as having to look at a man's sweaty armpits for this perceive. Which words was it? There it is.
Gotcha.
It was so I was so out there. I didn't think of it. Like I did end up looking that one up. The armpit one I did end up looking up because the problem was mainly that you're supposed to watch for sweat, but the color change was so like minimal. It was like gray to slightly darker gray, and that was what you were supposed to click on. I didn't really consider the armpits in the first place, but there's no way I would have seen it. I was like looking everywhere else. I probably went past the armpits right at the moment it needed to be, but even when I looked it up and I was like sitting there trying to wait for it, I was like, you were supposed to find this? Who cares if it was armpits or not? It just wasn't very obvious. You seemed tense when you said that Amara was gone now, to the point where your arms started moving around. What are you talking about? You're hiding something up your sleeve, aren't you? What's with these wild allegations? I'm not hiding a thing. My arm had an itch, that's all. Itchy arm, my butt. I'll just have to take an extra close look at his nervous habit. And confronted with something he can't explain his way out of. Were you supposed to do it again? I mean, it's still locked, right? Oh, there it is.
Gotcha.
Was that there the first time, or did I really have to do that twice? Seeming easy, Dirk. Wait, don't tell me you're ashamed because she's much younger than you. Wait. Could it be Maya? How old is Dirk? 45. Okay, she's not that much younger. Maya's like, what, 30-something? Oh, okay, she's 28. Maybe a bit. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just getting tense because of your intrusive questions. Anyone would act the same way. Guess that's not it. Still, my bracelet reacted. So I know he must be hiding something. Oh my god, okay, we do have to do this like 3 times. There was something in there. Y'all saw it in the sleeve. It's like right here. Is there another tell? Oh, I didn't mean to... Oh, I thought stop would just pause it. This... Like, this arm's always moving. Yeah, it's the she's gone now line, but there, like, you saw the thing in his sleeve, right? Like, that's what I clicked on before. I'm looking for other things that are happening at the same time. Like, he's rubbing his chin, he's talking, but only this arm seems to be doing anything. Don't tell me his armpits are also sweaty. Well, okay, so I did his arm first. So the first time I did it, I did his hand, because his hand was twitching. And then the second time, I did the whatever sticking out of his sleeve over here. But then Apollo's like, no, there's something else I gotta be looking for. I'll try it again. Okay, we can pause it here, okay. Is there anything else that's happening at this very moment? No, it's just this. Did I not click on this properly? Yeah, the same as what I did the second time.
Gotcha!
Okay, I don't know why I failed that twice, but sure. Dirk, you can't fool me. You tensed up when you said, but she's gone now. And you unconsciously moved your arm, causing something to press up against your jacket. But if I did it too late, then the tell would have been gone, no? Because the tell is supposed to only appear on the line that you're supposed to do it on. I don't know what happened. I'd have to, like, watch a replay of it. How did you do that? Oh, so that's it. You're hiding a woman's photo up your sleeve. You don't have to keep secrets like that from me, Dirk. You're an eligible bachelor now. But you'll introduce her to me at some point, right? I keep telling you, there's no other woman. Fine, let's see it. What are you hiding up your sleeve? It's just this. Satisfied? Huh? But that's the pendant we found in Amara's tomb. See? I wasn't trying to hide anything. Then why did he tense up? Dirk, let me take a look at that. Hey, what's this button for? Whoa. It's a picture of Dirk and some lady. And she's really young looking too. I knew it. He did have a secret affair. 1, 2. Are you into younger women, Dirk? I love the I love the juxtaposition of, like, wow, you're into younger women and the woman has, like, white hair. You know, the epitome of youth right there. Gray hair. Dirk, you old dog, you got yourself a younger lover. Will you stop with this nonsense? This is Amara before she died. If you look closer, you'll see that I was younger too. Hey, you're right. Aw, that's no fun. Wait, you wanted that to be? Alright, Athena. Whatever you say. Wait a second. Haven't we seen this woman before? How'd you mention it? Isn't this the woman the same one as the pendant's photo?
Take that!
The woman in the pendant's also the one in this photo. Apollo, where did you get this? From the safe in Igno's room. Apollo, if this is Queen Amara, it had to have been taken at least 23 years ago. But that's just not possible. Yeah, I just know it's the same thing. Here's why this photo could be taken 23 years old. It couldn't be 23 years old. It's because of the book, right? Because they only did this to the book, like, after. Take a look at the law book. It has the mark of the Defiant Dragons branded on it. But that mark didn't exist till after you started your revolutionary activities, Dirk. So this photo must have been taken after Gran came into power. And that didn't happen until after Amara was assassinated. So then, how can Amara even be in this photo? Wait a second. That would mean that Amara is still alive. Oh shit. Looks like you found me out, son. Wait, so it's actually true? Dirk, what do you mean Amara's still alive? I thought she'd been assassinated. So did I. But it seems she made it out alive, only to be held captive by the Grand Regime. Why would they do that? When I fled from the law and went underground 23 years ago, I heard some shocking news from a Defiant Dragon spy. There were rumors of Queen Amara being sighted in the palace. And those rumors turned out to be true? Yes. I snuck into the palace to see for myself. She was confined within the grounds, but otherwise she was as fit as a fiddle. So they're treating her well, at least? So then, the sarcophagus in the tomb, it's empty? Which means someone could have hid in there. There's plenty of room. Yes, that entire tomb is one big charade. Gran had been built to stage Amara's death.
So we're not gonna be cursed by our vengeful spirit? That's a relief.
She was being held under virtual house arrest. So I freed her, and we made a run for it. This photo was taken back then. It helped they're both grinning from ear to ear. There's a fingerprint on the metal part. I guess Dirk must have left it by accident. A random fingerprint from Dirk? That won't be useful for anything.
Ooh, Mr. Satmati, I want to hear all about how you ran away with Queen Amara.
Then who's the kid? I mean, wouldn't that be Nayuta? Maybe? Like, even if it was taken after the law went into place, she still looks pretty young, so it must still be kind of old. I just assumed that was still Nayuta. I'm surprised Amara agreed to run away with you. I mean, Gran must have told her that you tried to kill her. I tried to convince her that I wasn't the one who set the blaze. And she believed you? She said, and I quote, "I shall accompany you so I may ascertain the truth myself." She always was a tough one to read.
I bet she was thrilled you came to the rescue, Mr. Satmati. To be set free by your beloved. It's like something out of a fairy tale.
Did she end up dying later on anyways then? Because, like, how has Apollo never seen her? Yeah, well, there was no happily ever after once Gran's people caught up with us. Or, I guess that she... Oh, okay, I see. She was, like, captured again, maybe. I thought he was, like, saying that they, like, his rebel spies found her. Then he went and rescued her. And then they were just together. But I guess they caught up with her anyways. They took Amara away to who knows where. I snuck back into the palace and searched high and low for her, but to no avail. They probably moved her to some remote mountain or prison or the like. Dirk, does Nayuta know about this? He knows she's his true mother. I told him as much. Wait, is that why Nayuta is following Gran's orders? Most likely.
So then, do you think deep down he doesn't really want to prosecute you?
Well, he's not one to show his feelings. And lately I've had no idea what he's thinking. Apollo, We need to grill the queen about Amara when we have the chance.
I was wondering about something. The little baby the lady's holding. Is that Prosecutor Satmari?
Not necessarily. It could just as well be me. After all, we're only 1 year apart.
I don't know. I mean, the kid in the picture's too cute to be you.
Well, you can't see the hair, right? And that's the only way that anyone knows it's Apollo, right? So if you can't see the hair, it could be anyone, really. Let's sell this by asking Dirk himself. Now we can present the photo, I'm guessing. Dirk, about the cute little kid in this photo. Is that me? I knew he was gonna ask if it was him. I mean, he wasn't gonna say that about Nayuta. Examine the room as Apollo? Okay, I'll do that. Huh? What are you talking about?
See, I told you it was Prosecutor Satmari.
Hmm? Oh, I see. Well, either way, it's not you, son. So then, if it's Nayuta, it was taken when he was about a year old, right? And that would mean you ran away with Amara around 22 or 23 years ago. Hmm? You're pretty good with numbers, son. Impressive. Huh? Well, what kind of answer is that?
Alright, it's neither of them, isn't it? It's... Nayuta has a secret sister. I
alluded to this earlier.
Nayuta has a sister.
Remember how a certain someone reacted when they saw the photo? Before you go, son, there's something else I need to tell you. Something important. What is it, Dirk? Never seen you act so serious before. Okay, let's examine the room before I do that, because I'm pretty sure that's gonna lock us out of here. And talk to the guard, that's it. That guard standing so still, with such great posture. What if he spends his days just watching the dust dance in the sunlight? Wait a second. Don't you do that in court sometimes, Athena?
I mean, you noticed?
Don't think you can take it easy just because I'm the lead lawyer on this one. Don't do it, Athena. Don't ring that bell.
Who, me? I perish the thought. I mean, I would never do something so childish. Alright, put your bracelet away already. Talk about unfair.
Okay, that was a pretty good one. This room, honestly, I should have been examining this room more often. This room's been more interesting than like the normal detention center room. Well, when the game just plants bombs and we see the fuse lit, but the characters don't yet, so we can't press it right now. And then sometimes you think the fuse is lit, and the bombs, or you think it's a bomb, it's gonna go off, and then it's like something else entirely in there. You think it's gonna explode into like shrapnel and fire, but it's like, oh, here's a cake inside the bomb. It was a cake bomb. A bomb full of cake. So what's this something important you have to tell me? Listen, son. Even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. Oh my god. After all of this, finding out Apollo's adoptive mom is still alive, finding out that there might be a third kid. This guy's got cancer? Huh? What are you talking about? What I mean is, I can already hear the Twilight Realm calling my name. There's no escaping death now that it has its sights on me. What? Is this another one of your jokes? I wish it was. You can't fool me, Dirk. That's strange. Why is my bracelet reacting? Are you sick? It's something like that. So you're not joking? I'm afraid not, son. Sorry. Isn't there a cure? Or at least some sort of treatment? Unfortunately not. Not for what I've got. If you need some kind of surgery, I'll work hard until I can pay for it. So, please. It's too late. There's nothing more to be done now. But you always said a dragon never yields. So, why are you giving up now? Apollo, I'm sorry. I really am. I don't understand. Why is this happening, Dirk? Why? Listen, Apollo. I've got a favor to ask of you. Would you keep quiet about this? I don't want my fellow dragons to find out. They'd lose all hope if they knew I was dying. Would you do that for me? Of course. Why is this happening now? Just when I was finally starting to feel like you really are my... Ligma works fast. Thought this time we'd finally... But now... Damn it, why?
Apollo.
Listen, son, I don't have much longer to live, but I'll never let them execute me. Not before I finish what I need to do. I know, Dirk. There's no way I'm going to let them prove you guilty. Before he goes, I'm going to turn back time by righting the wrongs that have been done.
Man, that's gotta suck. 2 dads, 2 moms. Both moms are AWOL. And now both dads are dead. Or one's about to be dead.
I'm going to restore Dirk's freedom. And return a real smile to Nayuta's face. I'm going to win this case. I just have to. Son, I have one more big secret. What? There's something else you've been hiding from me? I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did.
Does he know where, like, his wife is? After all? Did he actually find her?
Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Forgive me. You'll just have to find out for yourself. That's the only way. I don't understand, Dirk. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Dirk, what is he talking about? Wait, he's not gonna reveal that he actually is the killer, is he?
No, he's gonna... Well, I don't know. It's gonna be something related to like, to Rafa and his mom. That's what I'm thinking here. Looks like we've run out of things to discuss. Apollo? Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Oh, shit.
What's going on out there? Sounds like the party's getting started without me. Huh?
Oh, hey, just like Athena wanted. They... the revolution started before sundown.
It's coming from the temple. Let's go, Apollo, and take a look.
Oh, looks like we're not quite done yet.
Whoa! What is all this?
Ow, ow, ow! Let go, will ya? What are they?
How's he do that with the scarf?
Well, look at that. The people are coming to take their courts back.
Don't hold back, men! Arrest them all!
This is what I was hoping from Game 5's plot. Not gonna lie. Maybe not this drastic, but This is way better.
Dirk belongs to the people. Give him back. Yeah, where are you hiding him?
Quiet down, you.
I have my big sister too, but she didn't do anything wrong.
Ouch! Ouch! Stop pulling my hair.
Release my son. Release him now.
Stop that! No biting! That's someone actually putting in a bit of work. I think he's been putting in work this whole time. We just don't really, you know, see it in action because the most we see is him just jumping around with firecrackers. But I feel like he's definitely been putting in work. We see the results of his actions. This is really something. And it looks like Dats and Miss Zemi are leading the charge. Yuri! Why do you keep serving that witch Gran? It's... Hey, Nayuta!
You again.
What's going on here?
It would appear that the insurgents are fanning the flames of rebellion. But I never thought it would grow so large. However, they will all be under arrest shortly. Reinforcements are almost here.
They'll be arrested? Just for protesting? I mean, they kind of were attacking police officers. That's assault.
They are aiding and abetting a criminal by seeking his release.
Okay, well, I mean...
Her Eminence, Queen Garan, has ordered they be arrested and judged en masse.
But weren't you once a member of the Fine Dragons too? I can go along with this.
I am simply following the orders that Her Eminence has handed down.
Oh, it can't be as simple as that. Listen, Nayuta, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. Hey, you're not getting away this time. We need to talk. Entirely unrelated, but should I buy 9 Souls Physical Deluxe? $60 and we'll ship April 26th. What does it come with? That's the real question. I mean, yeah, sure, you get a cartridge or something with it, but what else are you getting for $60? No, I mean, when it comes to collector's editions, I'm always down to talk because, you know, sometimes collector's editions come with some interesting things. And I've definitely bought collector's editions strictly for said interesting things.
I see there's no reasoning with you. Very well then, speak.
Can we examine the scene while we're here? Okay, some of this is going to be the same, I guess. This is why I don't usually examine the same scene twice.
Look at all these people. They've got the whole temple surrounded.
It looks like Dats is fanning the flames. Police are going to really have their hands full with this many protesters. This whole thing sounds like a powder keg waiting to go off. We should keep our distance for now. No. I guess that's it. Nayuta, do you really have to serve as prosecutor on Dirk's case? I mean, prosecuting your own flesh and blood. It's just not right.
Again with this drivel. Your ethical standards are not the be-all end-all of the world around you.
I'm not getting into another debate with him. You know, there's some parallels here between Clavier and Nayuta as well. It's just that Apollo never really got a chance to confront Clavier about any of this. Nayuta, did you know that Dirk is sick?
What?
He apparently doesn't have that much longer to live. If found guilty, he probably wouldn't even make it till his execution day.
What are you talking about?
Knowing this, are you still prepared to send an already dying man to his grave? Well? Enough of the Zen monk act, Nayuta. Tell me how you really feel.
Mr. Justice, each person is born with a role to fulfill, and I must fulfill mine.
Well, I'm not convinced that taking Dirk to trial is part of your lot in life. As for why you've been at Grand's every beck and call, I think I might have the answer. Epilogue comic, coins, poster, stickers. 2 double-sided art cards. Oh, the coins sound kind of neat. I'm usually
something when it's just like art cards and like some stickers, I'm like, you know, that's like whatever. Where am I gonna put like tiny little things like that, really? I used to have a spot for that stuff, but that was a while ago. But when it comes with something more unique like a coin, then I'm like, yeah, you know what? I can kind of dig that. That almost makes it worth it. I don't know, but I just like the more unique things, because every collector's edition comes with like, oh yeah, you come with an art book. It's like, cool, that's neat. I'll look through it like one time maybe, and then especially if it's not even hardcover. Like most art books I've ever gotten with my special editions are like just little soft cover flimsy things like magazines. Hardcover ones are a little different. That's a little more respectable. And you know, like art cards, like, okay, it's like a postcard, I guess. I'm not really into collecting postcards. And what I'm gonna do is stickers. I don't like using stickers because then it uses the sticker. But something like a coin, you know, that's something you can kind of display. It's a little nicer looking. It's a little more unique, in my opinion. Plus, it does sound like you're getting a lot of stuff. Sounds like you're getting several things. It's not just like one thing. Like for $60, I'm getting like, that's full price of a game. You know, you're getting like, sometimes you just get like, oh, here's a book. Here's a little booklet with it. Nothing else. But you're getting like a whole bunch of stuff for that money. So it sounds like it'd be worthwhile to buy it. But, I don't know, this is not that bad. Oh, 19 by 12 inch poster. Okay, I misread that. I thought that was like also like a tiny poster. A 19-inch poster is huge. That's like a full-size poster. Now, mind you, knowing how they usually pack these things, guarantee, unless this is like a huge box we're talking about here, which I probably isn't, that's gonna be one of those like folded up posters. Those are unfortunate. Still cool, but unfortunate. And I'm thinking back to like the last time I got a poster that wasn't folded up to fit in the box was or at least an equivalent of that, is probably the map that came with Breath of the Wild. The special edition of Breath of the Wild, because that was like rolled up. That's a lot more acceptable than, you know, a poster that's most likely folded up to fit inside a box somewhere. But yeah, I mean, it's not terrible. It's just unfortunate. I wish that, you know, if they're going to include such big posters, they'd be more willing to make a bigger box to accommodate a rolled up poster instead of a folded up poster, because you're not getting those creases out very easily, if at all. So you go put down a wall and it's like, yeah, you'll probably notice it for a while. Yeah, you could try and smooth it out. I've done it a few times. It's not perfect though. Like you can't remove a crease from paper perfectly. Any kind of paper. It just sucks that that's how they do it. But if it's the kind of coin I'm thinking of, I've gotten a couple coins like that from some Nintendo things. There was like a Smash Brothers coin that I got from playing a demo for Smash 4, like way back when. It was like the first 500 people to try the game at this location, you get a coin. And there was another coin I got. I know there was the Zelda coin that came with Breath of the Wild, but there was another coin I got, I think. I thought I had 3 coins, but I don't know what the third one's from, so maybe I'm just thinking of the Zelda coin. But those coins are really nice. I don't know how similar it is, but the coins that I got were like, they're really thick. They're like really chunky things. They're really nice things to display. Pretty heavy too. I don't know what they're made of. I think it's like probably not metal. It's probably just like coated with metal, but they're pretty heavy. Yuta, you know the truth about your mother, don't you? About how the former queen is still alive and being held somewhere. So Dirk told you, did he? Yes, it's true. My mother was spirited away to some remote corner of this kingdom to keep her safe from harm. Safe from harm? But Dirk said the Grand Regime is holding her captive. No, they are keeping her safe. So you don't know where Amara is being held? I only know that it is somewhere, some secluded hideaway where visitors are not allowed. I've heard she leads a simple life, akin to that of her monastic disciples. Sure sounds like she's being held captive to me. Listen, Yuta. Aren't you really doing the Queen's bidding? Because she's holding Amara captive? And this whole thing with Dirk. You know he didn't really kill Inga, don't you? Dirk doesn't have much longer to live, so I wanted to help him however I can. This time it's our turn.
You could have been killed, but you risked your life to save us. Why?
What a silly question. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Nayuta, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? It's our turn to help Dirk however we can. What you speak of is futile. Let it go and move on. The guilty verdict. The hopelessness. You must resign yourself to it all. Clinging to a false hope now will only serve to magnify your future despair. So let it go and move on. Nayuta, are you really going to just roll over on this? I've no more time for idle chatter. I must prepare for tomorrow's trial. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Apollo? Sense a whirlpool of emotions coming from within Prosecutor Satmati just now. Anger, shock, bewilderment, and an icy sorrow. It's deep and dark as an abyss.
Yeah, I picked up on that too. Looks like Dirk really won't be the only one who'll need my help tomorrow. Are we gonna have to like cross-examine him and do a psych session on him? I think it's about time to pay Queen Garan another visit and ask her about her sister Amara. Wow, we're still going. I'm going until we get to the trial. I'll stop when it says to be continued and we're heading to the trial. Don't worry. We're finishing this. I'm just surprised. Royal Guard isn't around. Oh, they seem to be arguing. Is that Princess Wraith and Queen Crown over there?
You deceive me too, Mother. How can I ever believe a word you say again? You, nincompoop.
Wow. You talked with your mother with that mouth? Damn. Your benevolence. I couldn't help it over here.
You impudent.
Wonder if she did that to her mom. Are you okay, Mr. Wright? I can't believe she actually punched you. Yeah, I'm used to it by now.
What's about the princess?
Sounded like she was arguing with her mother. Maybe it has something to do with this picture. Rafa said she had to ask her mother about some secret or another as soon as she saw it. So then, does that mean that Princess Rafa knows what really happened? That Amara wasn't assassinated and is still very much alive? It would seem so, and she doesn't seem to be taking Gran's lies very well. That's no surprise considering how much Rafa reveres her mother.
That would definitely cause her a great deal of anguish and sadness. You there. Are you not Dirk's son?
Oh, nice to meet you, Your Eminence. We're actually here to speak with you if you could spare a moment. Oh, should we examine this as Apollo? Apollo? What are you doing? This is the Queen's audience chamber. You can't snoop around in here. Oh, right, sorry. Wonder what it'd be like to sit there with Athena and Mr. Wright groveling at my feet. Okay. But you get told to clean a few bathrooms, and this is what happens. No, stop. Can't let myself think about that sort of thing. That's it. That's all we could do. So if the other queen is alive, why is she not reigning queen? Well, I mean, that's what happens when you, like, get usurped by your sister. I've seen this tale many times. Your Eminence, Dirk told me about Amara. About how she's still alive, that is.
We know not of what you speak.
After Dirk learned Amara was still alive, he rescued her and they ran off together. But she was captured and remains captive in a secret location to this day. As for Nayuta doing your bidding, it's only because Amara's life is in your hands.
What an active imagination you have.
A lawyer and a comedian! How droll! Whoa, where'd they come from? Anyway, she's gonna play dumb. I'll just have to jog her memory with some evidence.
Alright. Is it this one?
Your Eminence, I asked you to take a look at this photo.
Why, that's...
It's a photo of Amara. And here you can see a law book bearing the mark of the Defiant Dragons. I believe you know what that means.
Your question is, why did they keep her alive in the first place? Yeah, there's probably a few reasons for that. I mean, family being one of them, although that's probably a very minor reason to do so. She probably still has the spiritual... It's probably something to do with spiritual power or something like that. What if Garan can't do, summonings? What if only her sister could do it? And that's why she keeps her alive. She keeps her alive to do her summoning duties. That's also why she wants the orb. Because Garan thinks that if she gets the orb, she will be able to obtain the power to summon.
Very well. Royal Guard, stand down.
Yes, Your Eminence! Your wish is our command!
Seems there is no point to perpetuate this charade any longer. We shall speak of all we know.
So then, you admit that Amara is still alive?
Yes, she is under our protection in a safe location.
I think you mean being held prisoner. And where is she being kept?
Now why would we tell the son of a traitor that?
I guess she has a point there.
Now hear our warning, horned devil. It would not be wise to inform people that Amara yet lives. It would only serve to plunge public order into chaos.
I have no intention of doing that. Besides, there's real terrorists out there who might try to kill her.
Good. Now, there was something we have been meaning to ask you. Do you know what has become of the Founder's Orb? No, I haven't seen that thing in a while. Founder's Orb went missing after Dirk took it into the tomb. As his son, we thought you might know something of its current whereabouts.
I knew it. I suppose I should thank you for that free running tour of Kadeen.
That was the Royal Guard's own doing.
Nice try, lady. But now you're definitely not getting the orb. Ever. Why do you want the orb so badly anyway?
Because it would be most dangerous in the wrong hands. It must be recovered.
Is the legend true? Can the orb really impart spiritual power? Are you worried that someone could overthrow you with it?
The Holy Mother's power is without equal. Should Her Holiness once again return to our world, she could conceivably bestow great power upon the one who unlocked the orb's secret.
Or is it Paul keep? Yeah, they're keeping with Dats. They gave it to Dats before they left the hideout. So that, when they left, they weren't going to get caught and handed over because I think the guards were still pursuing them at the time. I guess it makes sense considering spirit channeling is a fact of life here.
So we ask you, Horned Devil, did you receive the Founder's Orb from Dirk?
Does it look like I did?
So you like to play games, do you? Royal Guard!
Yes, Your Eminence!
Search this devil and his belongings.
What? At once, Your Eminence! Don't move! You're only making this harder on yourself! Yikes! Hey, cut it out! What the? I mean, he doesn't have the orb. They're not gonna find anything.
Apollo, don't strip here!
Stop resisting! Just submit to our strip search already! Oh, come on, it's an M-rated game. They can show this. No, wait, hey!
Cut it out. Are they like checking everywhere? Cause I would be impressed if it was there. Rest in pieces, my poor tattered dignity. There's no sign of the Founder's Orb, Your Eminence.
So, you have hidden it somewhere. No matter. We shall recover it one way or another once you are found guilty of abetting the accused.
So it's the dragon says, yeah, exactly! I was hoping we'd get to see the tattoo! I wish Athena could have commented on it, but I think that was in, like, extra dialogue, so that's probably why she can't. Dirk was right. She really is bent on getting the orb.
Mother!
Looks like the princess is back.
I took a stroll to try and calm myself, but I still find this situation unacceptable. The people must be informed about Queen Amara.
So she does know about that.
Rayfa, you do not possess a clear grasp of how a government and its people interact. There will always be secrets that must be kept from the ignorant masses. You've little faith in our people, Mother. But it is the Royal Priestess's duty to always speak the truth, and as such I cannot remain silent. I will not. The truth, you say. Your mind has been poisoned by the barbed one.
It was an honor and a pleasure, Your Eminence.
You must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. Now, if you would excuse us.
Discipline? Coming from her? I don't like the sound of that at all. Well, Apollo, let's head back to the safe house for now. Good idea. Need to go over what we found and collect our thoughts. Oh, can I examine anything else here? Nah, okay, that was it. Ah, you're back.
Thanks for holding down the fort, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Sorry it took so long. Hope you weren't too bored.
I watched the Plumed Punisher, Warrior of Neo-Twilight Realm, while you were gone. And my verdict is, it's an outrage, especially its theme song. Even worse, the people here believe it's an original Koreanese show. Can you believe it? I've already spoken about it at length with Mr. Arabelle, and he says, I'm not sure what he's blabbing about, but at least it seems he wasn't bored. I'm expecting Edgeworth to press charges. Like, he would have to, I don't know, is that his area of expertise, copyright law? He could probably do something. Maybe he'll go to have a talk with the studio back home and be like, hey, you want to press charges against the Koreanese TV studio? There's some good money in it for you. Moving along to things that actually matter. We've gathered about all the information and evidence we can concerning this case. I think it's time we go over everything we've learned so far. Edgeworth is gonna go home. He's 100% gonna tell the studio that someone just ripped off their shows. The Orb trial, Maya's abduction, the murder of the mastermind behind it all, Justice Minister Inga. It's a lot to consider. Think you have all the facts straight in your head? Yep, got it all covered, Mr. Wright. It's the truth about what really went down that's gonna be the problem.
Yeah, it's like the more we learn about this case, the less we understand.
I agree. There's a deep darkness enveloping this case. I'm almost afraid of what we'll find once we lift that black veil. Suffice to say, the real killer is certainly waiting underneath. Real killer, huh? Now that's the million-dollar question. Who killed Inga, and why? Think, Apollo. Who would you say had a motive to commit this crime?
I, for one, am drawing a complete blank.
I want to know how the killer slipped into the tomb, killed Inga, and slipped back out. Without ever being seen. That's a bona fide locked room mystery right there. Well, we've collected plenty of evidence and statements. I just hope the rest comes out in court. It'll be a thinner tightrope than usual, that's for sure. It's got to be the queen. You know, I was actually playing a game earlier today where the exact same question was proposed, and the idea was, it's easier for someone doing something normal to stay hidden than someone doing something abnormal. Nothing more normal than the queen walking into the tomb with all her guards there. This case has been one big fly in the ointment. In order to prove Dirk completely innocent, also have to exonerate him of the crime committed 23 years ago. Amara's supposed assassination. Well, that should be easy. I mean, any evidence supporting that assassination's got to be forged after all, right?
Right. You know Amara's still alive, but Dirk could still be charged with plotting to kill her.
Couldn't discover the truth, even after over 2 decades of investigating. So our biggest hurdle is going to be the complete lack of evidence. Fire made sure of that.
Mr. Wright, have you ever won a case without any evidence?
No, that's one thing I've never done before.
What? That happens like... You see, that can't be true. We've won cases on... Hasn't the lack of evidence been sometimes used as evidence and therefore supported our arguments and therefore won the case? I'm sure we did, like, actually once. Well, yeah, he's always had some evidence, but there's definitely been times where it's like, no, Your Honor, I don't have any evidence. And here's why that's great. Trial unprecedented even in the decorated annals of the Wright Anything Agency. Still, can't help but wonder, was there really no evidence left behind? Oh, and we can't forget about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, if Dirk is found guilty and is sentenced to death, we'll likely join him in very public execution. Yeah. Meet the charges or die. What kind of crazy upside-down legal system is this anyway?
Don't worry, I can't ask someone as young as you to risk your life, Athena. So tomorrow, it'll just be me and Apollo on the courtroom floor. But you can support us by watching from the gallery.
What? No. I want to help. I'm part of the agency too, after all.
Oh, so now Apollo's getting, like, you know, equal bidding with Phoenix. And now it's Athena's turn to be the bathroom scrubber. Sorry, but this is a direct order from your boss. And plus, there's Prosecutor Blackwell to think of. He said he'd use me for sword practice if I put you in harm's way.
Simon. Well, at least promise me this, you two. Promise me you'll make it back alive.
Make it back alive, huh?
You know what? I'm actually okay with Athena getting back. She gets a lot of attention. If this is Phoenix's, if this ends up being Phoenix's final game, let's do it. Let's go out with a bang here. Phoenix and Apollo teaming up for one final case. I like the sound of that.
What's with that face, Apollo? You'll never inspire confidence in your client like that. They'll play right into the prosecution's hands. Remember, worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're right. Even when it seems hopeless, or when there's not a shred of evidence to be found, we can never let it show on our faces, right?
I mean, we kind of had that back in 4-1, sorta, but that doesn't really count. He wasn't a lawyer then.
Will I actually be able to do that tomorrow? When push comes to shove, will I be able to force my biggest smile?
And yeah, this is also like Apollo's, you know, the final of Apollo's trilogy. According to Capcom anyways, it's Apollo's trilogy. I mean, it's had its up and downs, but it's definitely felt somewhat like his trilogy. A little bit. It was like Apollo and Athena for most of it. And then with like the side of Phoenix at the beginning of it. I don't know. It honestly, like, we're ending on a real high note here. You know, it's been a rocky journey from like 4-1 to 5-5 or 6-5.
But they managed to redeem themselves, I think, overall, story-wise, with Apollo. And then even managed to throw Athena in there along the way, and it actually worked out pretty well. It's been a trilogy of games that Apollo has been in. That is correct. You know what else it's been? It's also been a trilogy of games, well, a duology of games that Athena's been in. But a trilogy of games that Phoenix has been in. Nah, he's been... It's actually like, you know, at first, with like Game 5, I was like, oh, thank God Phoenix is back. It's like, good. It wasn't a good first impression of Apollo. But as we played through everything, it's like, you know what? This is pretty good. I'm enjoying Apollo now. I'm enjoying Athena now. If they wanted to just like straight up full cold turkey be like, no more Phoenix next game, and like there's 0% Phoenix in Game 7 and it's just Athena and Apollo. Maybe he has like a small role, like a couple lines here and there at the start of some cases. He's just working the office. I would be perfectly okay with that. I would be 100% okay with that. We don't need Phoenix anymore. They have done a good job. We can get rid of Phoenix, and I would be perfectly okay with that. Wait till you finish this case before you say that. As it stands right now at this moment where we're ending off tonight, I would be perfectly okay if they just said, no more Phoenix. We're done with Phoenix. And you know what? We're going to have to get used to that anyways, because we got 10 whole cases that don't have Phoenix in it. Technically, they sort of have Phoenix. They have a Wright in it. Just not our Wright. A different Wright. He's like great-grandfather or something, right? Right? Well, anyways, we have the trial tomorrow. I don't know how long this trial is. It says it's trial day 2. So I'm assuming it's the only day, because if we're technically counting the previous bit of trial that we did with Phoenix versus Apollo as day 1, and this is now considered day 2. Yeah, this one's considered day 2. That means this is the final day, because they haven't done a 3-day trial since game 1. I don't know why they haven't, but they haven't. So we know this is the last day. Now, this could be long as shit, but we know it's the last day at least. Great Ace Attorney Games technically stars Ancestor, but differently. Yeah, because, well, it's his actual last name. Because it's weird, because, like, so I'm curious to see how they're going to handle that, because I think one of the reasons, I remember some of the reasons stated back when Great Ace Attorney 1 came out, that they didn't translate it. One of it was the Sherlock Holmes thing. That was like a big one. But the other one was, it was like so Japanese that this might not even be true, but I could believe it. It was so Japanese that they couldn't figure out how to twist the lore to fit the corner that they've painted themselves into over the last decade and a half with the translation. So I'm curious how they're going to do it, because, like, yeah, I know for a fact that the translation does still use his original last name, his actual Japanese last name. So are they just going to say that, like, he eventually moves to America or something? They're going to, like, slip that in there in one of the games at the end to just be like, just to tie it in? Just to satisfy everyone? I guess they don't need to if it's 100 years ago. You know, and one of his, descendants could have migrated over at some point. But, like, it's interesting that they just gave up at the end of the day and were like, all right, whatever, we're sticking to the old name, because we sure as hell can't use the current one. We can't call him a Wright. It wouldn't make any sense with the plot. Yeah, it's like the 19th century or something like that, right? Meiji era is like late 1800s. So it's going to be a different game for sure. But I've seen like pictures of it around. It doesn't look that different. You still have all the trappings of it. We're going to get Sherlock Holmes. That's going to be fun. I'm not going to call him Sherlock Holmes. I'm probably just going to forget and just end up calling him Sherlock Holmes, because let's be real, that's who he is. They were literally months away. If they just delayed the game for a couple more months, they would have been able to squeeze that name in there in the English version. That's all they had to do. They literally had to wait months.
and they would have been able to do it. But because they didn't wait like 5 more months, they had to fucking mess with his name. It's travesty, really. It has the multiple people in the stand like Lane versus Wright. Okay, that's kind of cool. Makes up for, you know, the lack of it after Apollo Justice. Seriously, like, what happened with that? We never heard anything about the jury system since then. Like, just nothing came of it. So the closest we're gonna get is back to like multiple witnesses at a time, because they couldn't do anything to the jury. They just dropped that plot entirely. It really does feel like they just wanted to wash their hands of Apollo Justice and move on and try and correct course. Because even they knew that Apollo Justice was a bit of a fuck up in some places. They acknowledged that with the way they handled 5. I don't know. Well, I'll go in more detail once we finish the Great Ace Attorney games and all that thing. I've got some choice words about Apollo Justice. First game to be translated for years was just copyright issues delaying the second. I thought Sherlock Holmes was in the first one too. Is he only in the second one? Well, that's kind of disappointing. I was hoping we were going to get some fun Sherlock Holmes adventures in all 10 of them, but I just thought he was like a main character in all of them. Wait, no, but we don't have... Was the first game on 3DS in English? It wasn't, was it? I'm pretty sure this game never came to the States or in North America in any form on the 3DS. Pretty sure it was Japan only until the duology. Yeah. We never got it on 3DS. I'm looking at Wikipedia right now. It says Japan, July 9th, 2015. On Nintendo 3DS, Android, and iOS. Japan only. Both games were released worldwide in July 2021 via the Chronicles duology. Never came to Europe, never came to North America. It was never translated. The only translation we ever got of the first game was by fans, and they never even finished the second one because they were working on it when it got announced, an official release got announced. So they're just like, all right, well, fuck it, we don't need to do this anymore. Go find something else to translate. So there's no fan translation of the sequel because it never got finished. There is a fan translation of the first game. But yeah, no, we never got either game. Like, I'm pretty sure I remember like the big thing that was going around was it was basically the Sherlock Holmes thing. And I mean, looking back, I mean, they could have called him Sherlock Holmes the entire time, I'm pretty sure. I think that would have been fine. I don't think that would have been the issue. So I don't really know why they didn't do it. There was a number of reasons. I don't know which of them, how official any of them are, but the big ones I heard were Sherlock Holmes copyright issues in the rest of the world. Japan was apparently fine. And the whole, this is so Japanese, how the fuck are the English localizers going to do anything with this? Which, I don't know how that works with the other countries. I mean, they translate this game into like, what, 10 different languages? Do any of the other languages even like try and do the whole American thing, or they just acknowledge it's Japan with like this entire series? It was just English that ended up writing itself into a corner like that. Was never sure about that one. Part of the plot is directly one for one as Sherlock plot. Okay, that would definitely cause copyright issues then. Because yeah, I know the name. I know that his characterization. So the reason why, even when they released the Chronicles, despite part of the stories being public domain by that point, the reason why the Chronicles still had to call him Sherlock Holmes is because I know that the character was based on his characterization in the later books, which were still copywritten. And they were going to be copywritten for like literal months after the release. And because of that, they had to change the name because he wasn't based on the early version of Sherlock Holmes. He was based on the later Sherlock Holmes, which is the Sherlock Holmes that we all know. The early Sherlock Holmes was apparently a very different character and was like kind of an asshole. He wasn't like the cool detective guy that everyone likes to remember. That was the later one, and that took like an extra bit of time to go into public domain.
Hence why they had to wait. Oh, other languages are based on English. Okay, so pretty much everyone but Japan thinks that Phoenix Wright practices law in Los Angeles then. That's like a worldwide thing then. That Franziska von Karma and everyone are all from America or from Germany, and that Phoenix is from America and he practices law in America and he eats his hamburgers like a true American. And it doesn't matter what language you are, as long as it's not Japanese. That's what you were led to believe with Phoenix Wright. Interesting. That makes sense. That would make a lot of sense actually, to do something like that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Great Ace Attorney because that's like true new Phoenix Wright stuff. Like when those games came out, those were new games to everyone. Like at least with the Edgeworth collection, it's like, okay, well you could, if you wanted to, go and play Edgeworth 2 on a DS translated, and people have. So that wasn't like super new, but like the Great Ace Attorney duology is like, those may as well have been new games as far as anyone was concerned. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, now they enjoy ramen. they don't eat hamburgers anymore. Maya still likes hamburgers, but the rest of the crew are like, nah, we prefer ramen, which is funny because that's where the hamburger thing came from in the first place. It was ramen. Maya liked ramen in Japan, which makes that whole that comic, the Eat Your Hamburgers Apollo, even funnier because like they used I think they used like what, sushi or onigiri or something like that and called it hamburgers. They should have just done ramen. I think that comic would have been funnier if it was actually just, if it did a nod back to like what Maya actually liked, and they were all sitting there eating ramen on their great American kotatsu. What I think it would have been it's a missed opportunity with that comic. Anyways, we will stop here. I don't know how long this trial is going to be, but maybe we'll finish it next time. Who knows? But in the meantime, that'll be it for today. I will be back Thursday with some Mario 64. And then Friday we should be able to do some Minecraft. We got the finale of Phantom Hourglass next Monday. And then, fingers crossed, maybe the, well, story finale of Spirit of Justice. I know we still have like DLC and other things to do. But story-wise, that might finish next week. Yeah, you know the comic. Everyone knows the comic. If you see, even if you don't know Phoenix Wright, you know the comic because it's thrown around as like a joke about localizations. It's a very popular one. It's a very old one too by this point. Should look at the other AA comics. Probably avoid the GA ones. I think I've seen a few of them. A few of Awkward Zombies' other Ace Attorney comics. I'm pretty sure I've read some of them. But I mean, you know, that's the main one. I remember seeing that comic before I even knew who Apollo was or anything like that. Because I think that comic was like, what, 2011? Like, that was like before 5 even came out, I think. Anyways, we're going to end it here. So, hopefully everyone enjoyed. This was a very... If there's more twists to come, like, holy shit, this has been a very twisty plot. And I'm definitely looking forward to this conclusion. This has been a very good overarching plot of an Ace Attorney game. Up there with 3 for me. This and 3 have been very fun to play through and very exciting to play through in terms of like the actual stories. So I'm really excited to see how this concludes. It's going to be sad because it means that we're going to be done. We don't have a 7 to look forward to after this. We have other games, but we don't have a 7. You know, it's a little different. So, anyways, we're going to end it here tonight. So thank you all for watching, and I will see you next time.